Welcome to the Foxhole, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello! Hi.
Hey.
Hello, Marku. Hello, NDA. Hello, Brother Doom.
Hello,
Hello,
everybody.
Viking. Hello, Titan.
Hi. Boy, do we... Oh, man, I am I don't want to say that I'm not excited about the show normally. I'll just say that I'm exceptionally excited for today's show. Because, man, we've got some banger stories to cover. So many juicy stories that just fell into my lap this week.
This is a like particularly what the fuck week.
Yeah, exactly. Before we get into all the juicy stories of the week, though, how have you been?
I've been good. It's been a wild week. There were some downs, but we ended on a high note. We actually hit weekly.
Yeah, I know.
I forgot to check! I forgot to check what won the poll.
What poll?
I made a poll to see what we would what the oh my god, words struggling to see if next week we would still play Bloodstained Ritual of the Night or if we'd play something else for the crowd control.
Oh, just read you the poll on the Discord.
Yeah. Time for a new poll in Discord. Yeah,
I guess do a Discord poll. Yeah. You get more engagement on Discord anyway.
Is what it is. But yeah. We hit weekly, which I was surprised about. If you had asked me 2 days ago if I thought we were gonna hit weekly, I would have said no. Because 2 days ago, we were 4 days behind on weekly.
Yeah. I did see that.
Yeah. So I absolutely did not expect for us to hit weekly. And then we did.
Yeah.
And here we are. So epic.
Hell yeah.
And
you're only like a couple hundred behind monthly too now, I think. So
yeah.
It's definitely doable.
Yeah, not terribly behind. We could do it. We can come back. But yeah, I've been feeling like I've been struggling to keep myself mentally sane every time I look at my bank account, because I have to remind myself that it looks smaller than it is, not necessarily only because we're missing out on weekly, but because I currently have a loan running with PayPal. Because I took out a loan on behalf of Patho's dad, which he's paying me back for every month, right? But the way that it works is that I don't have to pay in a certain amount every month, the way that typical loans are.
Mm-hmm.
It's a working capital loan. So basically, what that means is that anytime that I make money, anytime that you guys donate, PayPal takes 30% and puts it towards the loan.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense? So
for every dollar, so for every dollar, it takes 30 cents.
Precisely, yeah. And so, to me, it's oh fuck, dude, we're falling behind. What the fuck are we gonna do? But I stop and I think about it. It's oh wait, actually, we're not doing terribly bad. It just looks that way because 30% of my income is gone, and I'm not gonna have it back until Pay's dad pays me back.
Right.
So actually, we're okay.
Right. But the sooner the better.
but every time that I look at my bank account, it scares the fuck out of me. I'm oh my god, we're so fucking behind this month. Oh my god, we're 30% behind this month. Oh wait.
You're gonna get an injection.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We're good.
And it's gonna be cash.
30%
you'll be okay.
30% is the exact amount that I'm supposed to be behind every month.
Right.
So yeah.
Everything's okay.
Everything's okay.
That's what it's like. I mean, honestly, I swear to God, this is what it's. I mean, it's not ideal, but it really it's very motivating. You're what I think this is very normal to experience when you're in your 20s. Where you're just constantly financially stressed. But being financially stressed like that is very motivating to not to get into a situation where you're not financially stressed. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Like I had to remember, like when I was in my 20s and I was like up to my eyeballs in debt, like that kind of stuff. I was like, I have to fucking kick ass at grad school and get this degree so that I could get a good job and, pay down this debt and start saving money and get out of financial ruination. You know what I mean? Like, it's very motivating to do well at whatever you're trying to do.
Yeah. It's
So
great. It's great. It's scary, but it's great.
I feel like it's scary, but it's like necessary. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like, it's one of those things where, like, in
order
to make a good sharp, sturdy sword, you have to beat the living shit out of it, kind of a thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah,
something about I don't know.
But this was collab week for you.
Yeah, this was collab week. I kind of feel bad because so several things happened. So first I did a collab with Trim, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was fun. But we ended up cutting it a little bit short. Actually, not really. We did a pretty long session. Hindsight. We started early. We started like the proper time we're supposed to, which almost never happens. But I was feeling a little groggy in the throat because I'm still recovering, or I was still recovering, right?
Uh-huh.
And then that was like Tuesday. What the fuck did I do Monday?
I don't know.
What was Monday? I thought I remembered my week, and now I don't. What was Monday? Monday was planning stream. That's right. Yeah. So Sunday, I spent the entire Sunday scheduling stuff for the Myth and Mercury channel, which everyone should go subscribe to because I'm trying to hit 100 by Sunday, by the end of tomorrow, which is a tough ask, but I think we can do it. And Monday was when I actually did the actual planning stream, and then after that, so when I was looking for last week's episode,
mm-hmm.
I found a WikiHow article that was suggested to me on my new phone, because my new phone doesn't know what I care about yet, so it recommends me random shit.
Mm-hmm.
And so it recommended me a WikiHow article where WikiHow asked, quote unquote, professional dating experts what are the best questions to basically spice up a relationship, right? and build intimacy.
Man, WikiHow is a trip of the site.
It is. It's crazy. But I was recommended this WikiHow article with 105 questions to ask your boyfriend to build intimacy, basically.
Okay.
And so I sat down with Pei for 3 hours, and she asked me questions. And because we asked them to chat, now Chat is more intimate with me.
Oh, really? You know how big Chat's pee-pee is now?
It didn't do much for Pei. Pei already loved me, but now Chat knows all the juicy deets, right? Now Chat knows everything about me. They're super intimate, and yeah, Chat loves me now. And our marriage is fixed. But anyways.
Are you the big spoon or the little spoon in this relationship with Chat?
Depends on the day.
Okay, fair enough.
Depends on the form. But anyways, so Monday, Tuesday we did Divinity with Trim, right? And then my throat. That night, me and Pei did some Dark Souls 2. That was fun. Wednesday, I was supposed to stream with Jazz. Okay? I was supposed to play, right? We scheduled that morning, right? Me and Jazz were going to play. I even talked to Jazz about starting it early. We normally play at 2. We were going to play Lords of the Fallen. We normally play at 2, right?
Uh-huh.
But instead, we decided to play it at 12. We start early because we wanted to do movie night to watch The Odyssey, the 1997 The Odyssey, right, on bootleg with Spanish subs. Before Pei did her content warning collab that night, right? Well, let's just say that Tuesday was a particularly stressful day. In the moments between my collab with Trim and my Dark Souls, and I did a stupid. I had a lapse of judgment, chat. And I bought a box of cigarettes.
Oh
Everyone boo me.
no!
Everyone boo me. Everyone boo me. Boo me.
You wasted all that money on that shit.
I wasted a whole $10 on a small box of cigarettes in LA. Boo! Yeah, boo!
Boo!
Chad, I'm a failure. I like literally a year. Like it was like about the like year mark of me being clean. Outside of like that one cigarette I had like during like a party, just because Pei wanted to try a cigarette, but she couldn't finish one cigarette. But it doesn't really count, you know?
Okay.
Like that was like whatever, right? But no,
that wasn't because man, I need a cigarette right now. That's not.
Yeah, exactly. And so, yeah, and so, I smoked like half a box in 2 hours before Pei got home.
Oh God.
I relapsed pretty bad. And then the next day, naturally I had withdrawal. So I had like a really bad headache all of Wednesday. Like I spent all of Wednesday in bed. I like we had already started the stream and I canceled the stream. Like after we started it, I asked Chaz if it was okay if we can push it to next Wednesday, and he was like, "Yeah, we could do that. It's fine." Just because like I had like the like I took Excedrin, I waited like an hour, everything. All right, I'm very disappointed. I understand, as well you should be. I'm also disappointed. I'm still mad at myself over it.
Yeah.
But yeah, and so I spent all of Wednesday just in bed. Well, not all of Wednesday. I spent most of Wednesday in bed, except for the bit of Wednesday that I spent on the couch with Pei, and then I spent the rest of Wednesday in bed while she streamed. But yeah, so that was my Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday's kind of when the week like derailed.
Yeah. Wednesday was like the week fell apart. It was Tuesday's fault though. Can't blame Wednesday for that.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, the after that was Thursday, which is obviously payday, as in Pei's day to stream. She was supposed to do. So I think she did Lethal Company in the morning, and she was supposed to do something with you. Right? She was supposed to do the what was it? It was like
on Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday. Yeah, she was supposed to do the
fanfic, the bad fanfic read along.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, the fanfic stuff. And then I was supposed to
I will not let her go on that. That will happen.
You shouldn't.
I want to do that with her next week if I can. Like, yeah, I'm not.
Like, yeah, that Thursday, like we were doing okay. We took Sundrop out on a drive. We went to like another city to go pick something up for Pei's mom.
Mm-hmm.
Pei's mom wanted like an elliptical, and we found one for like $25 in another city. So we drove over there. We drove it to her. We spent some time hanging out with like her mom, and her little sister was like bored. She was like sad because like Pei's little brother is living with their dad now in like another city.
Aww.
Because he went to the city for work. And so she's like bored by herself. So she's like crying. And I was like, it's all right. You, me, and Sandra can go outside. We can play. I carved a stick and I cut myself. That knife is very, very sharp. Chat. Sharp knives are safe knives.
Yes,
Dual
they are.
Knives are unsafe knives. But yeah, I cut myself and it was a very clean cut. So it like I stopped bleeding before I even left. But yeah, I carved a stick. We played with the cats. We played with Sundrop. We on the way back home, Bay started getting a really, really bad like throat ache.
Mm-hmm.
Which is part of why I think canceled. He was planning to play something else, right?
We were gonna play, yeah, because the fanfic was just a lot of talking, and so
yeah,
we originally planned. Okay, let's not do a bunch of talking. We were gonna play RV there yet together instead.
Mm-hmm.
But then
I don't do anything for that.
Yeah, I think I don't know how many people can play at the same time, but
I don't know either. But the game looks fun. I will say part of me wants to join just because it looks fun, but also part of me knows that game's gonna make me feel sick. I can tell just from the art style.
Maybe.
So part of me doesn't want to like bother picking it up. But yeah, and then so Panther got home and she sat in the toilet, and boom, ovary pain. She was like, "I need to lay down for a little bit before we go stream." I was like, "All right, cool." And like I gave her like pain meds, and she was like writhing, in pain.
Oh my
Like
God.
yeah, I was like laying on top of her because the pressure was helping. But the second I get off of her, she was like writhing.
Oh my God.
And like she literally got up. She almost threw up. I gave her her pain meds. Now that she finally was able to get up, to like sit up, she took 2 of them. She asked for 3. She couldn't take the third. She took 2, and then she pretty much immediately passed out. Like she can't remember anything past that. Past me at like her asking me to give her meds. And yeah, she like full on passed out, and that's when I messaged you. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna let her sleep," because she was like writhing. But yeah, she described the pain as a steel-toe boot slamming into her ovaries.
Jesus.
So I don't know. She blames me for it. I won't say why. But anyways, that was Thursday. I was in a stream instead, but I ended up falling asleep next to her. So that was just kind of that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. And then yesterday I played some Dark Souls 2 with her. We made some really good progress. We got to Shrine of Amana. Oh God. And then I believe she played Schedule 1 with you, which
Yes.
she described as a lot of fun. She seemed to be really enjoying it.
Oh yeah. I was telling her after when we were ending that stream, I was just like, there are certain games that are just like enhanced like multiple times over when you have another person playing the game with you.
Yeah.
Like there are certain like and so like because I had been like watching her Schedule 1 streams, for several weeks, you know what I mean? And she was very, 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 very quiet. It was a very, very, very quiet stream where she just goes
she's like
around doing her thing, you know what I mean? Because she's like really focused on everything. It's like, and that's like, I know what she's going through because I play those kinds of games all the fucking time, right? And I'm the exact same way. I am like, I'm focused in, and so I just shut the hell up. You know what I mean? And I was like, I enjoy these kinds of games myself, but they're not the most entertaining. You know what I mean? And I was like, hey, you need someone to talk to while you play these streams. Like, and so she invited me on, basically. And I was like, okay, like, let's, this is gonna be, it's just because it was so much fun, just like bantering with her, on Schedule 1.
Yeah. You guys sound like you're having a blast.
Oh yeah,
like,
and then,
like, because again, it's one of those games where like she's just kind of doing her thing. She's just kind of focused.
yeah,
right?
exactly.
But having someone to talk to for that, and like she was trying to get me to play with her, but that would defeat the whole purpose of me taking some time off.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I was supposed to work on D&D yesterday, but I ended up calling my brother because we got home from buying groceries. And I ended up just staying on the phone with my brother for like 3 hours because I haven't talked to my brother since last time I visited back in September.
Oh, okay.
So, and, like, it was like nice just catching up, and like hearing about like what's going on in his life, like what he's up to.
Yeah, totally. But she told me though that that's why she played Conan with you. Because she's like, Conan is the exact same kind of game where it's like if she played that game alone, it would, or if you played that game alone, it's really boring because you're just like focused in, you're not saying anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But if you have someone else there with you, it like makes it so much more fun for like everybody. It makes it more fun for you, the players. It makes it way more fun for the audience. It's just a better streaming experience. You know what I mean? So I was just like, hey, get me onto schedule one.
Have you received my package?
Huh?
My Amazon package.
I'll go outside and look.
It's outside. I know it's outside.
Okay, I'll go get it. Love you.
No, you sound like you're annoyed with me. What the
No,
heck is?
I'm not. It's just I had to interrupt husband. I had to interrupt husband because I saw your message in chat saying, "Husband, please tell my wife to call me back."
Yeah, and I was also telling you that you should be able to come get me in month.
And when?
Hopefully, like an hour or so, because I pre-shaved the dog that I was telling you that's never been groomed.
Okay.
That's fine.
Hopefully everything should go well if she doesn't get her roll on me again.
Oh my god. What?
So, love you.
Love you. Mwah. She doesn't love me. She doesn't kiss me back. I win. I'm the superior lover. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, hang on.
I am, by the way, pretty much done with my week. Besides that, I played some more Bloodstained today. That was fun, and we hit with Yippee.
Yeah.
But that's my week, though. I'll be back.
Okay. Man, talk about a show that fell off after Alex Trebek kicked the bucket. Oh, man. Come on back. How bad did it get? Well, I mean, it's just... like, Alex Trebek was like the heart and soul of that show. You know what I mean? And they had like that whole, like, they had like all those auditions for the replacement hosts. Like they had like Geordi. One of the people was the guy who plays Geordi from Star Trek. And he had like this really and like everybody was like, yeah, it should be Geordi. But like if you watch the audition, it was like, shit. Like he read the questions as if he was reading he was reading the questions to like 6-year-olds. You know what I mean? So they gave it to this guy named Ken Jennings. Like I have no fucking clue who he is. Or before that. But like he ain't no Alex Trebek. You know what I mean? He doesn't have like that aura that Alex Trebek brings. Like he's just another fucking guy. You know? It's kind of like whose line is it anyway? When Drew Carey went to basically host The Price is Right for the rest of his life, which good for him, honestly, because fucking being the host of like a popular game show is like such a groovy ass job. You basically spend like 1 month of the year, you get like paid like a few $1 million, you know, like $2 or $3 million. You film like crazy for like 1 month because they'll film like a half a dozen episodes or more in a single day, right? And they'll just. Oh, I'm talking about how Jeopardy fell off.
Oh.
But they'll film basically an entire season of the show in a month, and then the host just gets to fuck off for the rest of the 11 months. So if you're the host of a popular game show, you work your butt off for a couple $1 million, you know, for a month, and then you just take those millions, and then you just live the life for like the next 11 months, and then you just do it all over again the next year. You know what I mean? Like, dude, being a game show host is a groovy as fuck position, but kudos to him for that. But he was replaced by that black chick who voices Lana from Archer. And it just wasn't the same. It just hasn't been the same ever since Drew Carey left. Same thing with Jeopardy. So anyway, yeah. Let me see here. What did I do? I played Soma. I continued my Soma playthrough on Tuesday, and I got like my first like real legitimate. It got like the first like real legitimate scream out of me, like a real like jump scare, like full on guttural scream. You know, it's actually one of the more recent shorts that got put out on my channel. And it was literally just from a fucking music sting. So, it wasn't even from like seeing anything or getting attacked by anything. It was literally just a music sting that like scared the absolute shit out of me.
Funny.
But other than that, because I couldn't figure out how to do a thing, I spent the vast majority of that stream just running around between 3 different rooms, accomplishing nothing. Just literally just like running around, and then I ended it. So no, like practically no progress was made, or very, very little progress was made in that stream. And so I looked it up. Like what the fuck I'm supposed to do. And there's just like a little case just on the desk next to the computer that has the thing I'm looking for in it. I just never clicked on it somehow. Even though I'm pretty sure I clicked on absolutely everything except this thing that I need to click on. So fun. I get to do that next Tuesday. That chick is Lana. Yes, that black girl who currently hosts Whose Line Is It Anyway? Voices Lana from Archer. Yes, NDA. She's really funny. She's actually really fucking funny. Her name is Aisha Taylor. But she's just, because you have to remember that Whose Line basically was like the Drew Carey show. That's what it was. It was the Drew Carey show with guests. But anyway, I need to get off of Whose Line Is It Anyway. So then on Wednesday, I did a bunch of subquests in Yakuza, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to finish the Yakuza 6 playthrough this upcoming Wednesday, because I just have a handful of subquests to do. And like, we're right at the very end of like when you go to click on the door to like progress with the story, it's like it tells you like this is the end game. Once you click go, you're stuck here until the end credits roll, basically. Like that's how close we are to the end. So I'm gonna finish the subquests and then finish the game next Wednesday. And that'll be the end of Yakuza 6. And then we can move on to The Man Who Erased His Name, which is the shorter transitional Yakuza game between Yakuza 6 and when they basically revitalize and re-energize the series by introducing a new protagonist and the turn-based combat system. And yeah, so. And that's what happened Wednesday. And then Thursday, I did nothing. I was supposed to do fan fiction with pay, but ended up doing nothing. And then Friday, I did I had a Red Dead Redemption stream that I was supposed to do, but I ended up canceling it or rescheduling it to next week, just for family related things that I needed to do. I was obligated to do. Because they're here with me, you know. So, they wanted to do something, and so I was like, okay, that's fine. So we did it. Then I got back, and then I played Schedule 1 with Pay. And that was a lot of fun. Already talked about that. And now we're here today. So there you go. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. I talked to my dad. We are going to build Archie an elevated like a catwalk, so that he can transition between rooms from an elevated level. So that way, when my parents are gone on their cruise and I have to hang out with the dog, because I can't just leave the dog alone the whole time, Archie will be able to, climb up to the shelf or to the catwalk and hang out in the same room as us, as me and the dog, but still safe from the dog, basically. Because right now there's a little child protection gate in my door, so Archie's kind of trapped in here. So the catwalk will allow him to kind of roam around from a safe distance. So that'll be fun to build, because they come in kits. You can literally get these catwalks in kits, so that they install really quick and easy. And it's almost like Legos. So it shouldn't be too much of a hassle. Everybody has a black box for the next RDR stream. Thank you for reminding me, Marku. So the very next mission that I do in Red Dead Redemption is it starts off with Reyes plowing the shit out of this random señorita on a table in the cutscene.
Okay.
And it's not censored, so I have to have I have to have a censor bar ready, ready for that. I actually do have it ready, Marku. I had it prepared for yesterday's stream that I ended up having to cancel.
What do I need to look up so I can make sure I don't ever look it up by accident?
I don't know yet. I don't know the name of the mission. Just look up Ray. In Red Dead Redemption, Reyes, sex cutscene or something like that. So yeah, that'll be fun. And I also have to. Something I didn't do. I forgot to do. Is I need to go back and replenish and re-update the punishment wheel, so it's back to the normal wheel and not the Undead Nightmare wheel.
This is the first RDR.
So
I actually do remember this scene.
The Gate of El Presidio is the name of the mission. See, Marku is like a walking, talking encyclopedia of Red Dead Redemption knowledge. So
no, I've played the first one all the way through. It's actually I looked up and I was like, oh yeah, this guy, this scene, I know this. I played through this when I was a kid.
By the way, speaking of Red Dead Redemption, it just got announced that they are releasing a remastered version for both Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 for the modern consoles. And that is releasing I think literally in a week or two. Really, really soon.
Wow. And
that means that I'm gonna be and it's cool too, because it essentially is an upgrade to whatever you already have. So your save files will transfer over. So at some point during my Red Dead Redemption playthrough, I'm gonna be able to update the game for the new release. That's such amazing timing, because I'm literally in the middle of a playthrough when that's gonna drop, and I can just transfer the save file over.
The game came out on Pay's birthday in 2010.
Yeah.
Which means I played this game for my birthday when I was 10.
There you go.
I was 10 when I watched that sex scene, Chad.
But anyway, I think that's all I have for my week. I can't think of anything else. No. Yeah, that's it. So, are you ready for the news? Are you there? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, was Tuesday's fault belong to the t-shirt? That's really funny. Chat, if I made it was Tuesday's fault t-shirts with a cigarette on it, would you buy it?
Just put the emoji of you with the cigarette. You know that one?
Yeah.
Let's put that on the shirt.
All right, let's continue. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Don't reinforce my bad behavior, chat. Don't do it. Bad. Stop
All right.
that.
All right. Well, we're gonna start the night with bears. Bear. Not our bear. Or maybe he's living a double life as he's terrorizing Japanese people. So this is footage of one of the more recent bear attacks in Japan.
Japanese kaiju by day.
Yeah.
Chad,
So-
chill moderator by night. Oh my
This
god.
thing this thing just comes up on the car.
Oh my goodness.
Even after it backs up, it's still like, fuck you. It's still coming after it even after. Like, that's,
Dude, that's horrifying.
terrifying. That is so terrifying. And this is the result of it getting up onto the hood of that car. This
Yeah,
is,
very lucky.
I can verify too. Like,
the
this is such a
blast.
typical, like, I saw cars like this all over rural Japan.
Yeah,
so,
those things are fucking made of like sheet metal.
Yeah. They're just little hodunk cars. There's the reason that you don't see like if you go to Japan ever, you'll notice that they have like all their own like models of vehicles, even though they're all still like Honda, and
Yeah.
Toyota, etc. And
Yeah.
the reason that those don't import to
don't-
America is
We have very, very strict like regulations on anything
It's-
involving cars.
safety
or
standards.
all
They don't.
sorts of cars. Yeah.
They don't meet our safety standards, so they can't
Which, by the
import
way,
them.
our safety standards are fucking bullshit and I hate them. And
I do
it's
too.
stupid. I don't
and-
want to go on a rant. I think I've ranted about this like 3 times already on this fucking channel.
Yeah, you
But
have.
I hate the safety regulations that we've imposed on fucking cars because they're fucking nonsensical.
There's so many
nonsensical
like
and they're stupid.
crazy efficient cars that we're not allowed to drive because of safety bullshit.
Yeah, it is fucking nonsense. It is fucking nonsense. It is all part of big car manufacturing to sell you larger, fancier, more expensive cars for no good reason.
Yeah.
It's all for the purpose of upcharging you on cars.
Mm-hmm. And like I remember like Chris Broad, you know, the Abroad in Japan guy. He did like a test where he took like a clunker from like the 80s and like saw how far he can get across Japan in like a single tank. And he got
Yeah.
more than halfway across the main island on
Yeah,
one
they're
tank
fucking
of
lighter.
gas.
Those
Yeah,
cars are
like
much
they-
lighter.
yeah, exactly. It's like,
Like-
dude,
Here's the thing. I like, personally, driving a big, heavy car because I live in America. And in
Yeah.
America, people drive like fucking retards. And if I
Mhm.
hit someone, I want them to die, not the other way around.
yeah,
So I prefer to drive my big, heavy Ford, right? Any day of the week,
hmm
right? But, is that the most efficient for things like mileage? No. The engine has to work much harder to move the heavy ass fucking truck versus, say, a Toyota Tacoma, which is a much lighter truck, but has just as much horsepower, has all like, it's just as good as being a truck, right? It can carry just as much. It's just, it is lighter by default,
Mhm. Yeah,
which means
So-called
the engine has to work less when you load it up.
yeah.
Because
See,
it's not
Vikings got
carrying
the
a heavy ass car and all the heavy shit on it. It's just carrying the heavy shit on it.
Yeah. Yep. Vikings got the right idea. So-called K cars. I want one with the 660cc twin turbo engine. Yeah, there's like so many.
Yeah.
The good reason is the quote unquote good reason is they can sue farmers for land to widen the roads for larger cars. Is why the politicians won't allow lighter cars.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit.
Bullshit. That's such fucking
It's
bullshit.
all fucking bullshit!
But anyway, so I went down the rabbit hole because this it wasn't this exact post, but this video just popped up randomly on my feed, and so I went down
Okay.
the rabbit hole, and that's when I found this, which is a representation of bear attacks since April 1st of this year.
Okay.
So this little
not
symbol
that long
here,
of a
this
period
little
of
this little chikang here, that symbol means hito,
Since April Fool's?
which is people. This means injury. So the yellow is injured, and the red means killed. So these are all of the recorded bear attacks in Japan since April 1st of this year.
This bee is crazy. Oh my god!
Yeah.
I feel like I'm watching like a speed run of Contagion.
Contagion. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah. You see that ramping up just in the last like couple months.
Yeah, what the fuck is happening?
So 192 injuries, 13 deaths. And that's besides the attacks that have happened where there wasn't anyone injured. Like the car attack, where there wasn't anyone injured in that attack. So attacks like that aren't captured in this summary video. But you can see that like
what the bears doing?
Yeah, so the majority of them are happening in northern Japan. So which is like the Aomori area up in here. This is Hokkaido, this northern island.
What I was thinking of.
Which is where they're like more traditionally known to be. But the thing is, it's like Hokkaido is much more of a rural area.
Plaguing, I was thinking of.
So then I came across this article that was published just on the 6th of this month. It says Japan has deployed the military to counter a surge in bear attacks. This is the wild thing to me. Is that like, because everybody thinks that Japan is just like this peaceful, just ethno-homogenous island nation of wonderful people, right? But there's actually this real threat, like natural threat to the Japanese, and that is bears. So Japan deployed troops Wednesday to help contain a surge of bear attacks that have terrorized residents in a mountainous region of the northern prefecture of Akita. Yeah, so if I go back to this map, Akita is like the west. It's like right here on the map. So it's where all the deaths are, essentially. Although Akita is like the western part. And Aomori is like the northern section. Reports of sometimes deadly encounters with brown bears and Asiatic black bears are being reported almost daily ahead of hibernation season as the bears forage for food. They have been seen near... That's why it didn't start until April 1st, because that's when, hibernation ends. They have been seen near schools, train stations, supermarkets, and at a hot springs resort. Since April, more than 100 people have been injured and at least 12 killed in bear attacks across Japan, according to Environment Ministry statistics at the end of October. The growing bear population's encroachment into residential areas is happening in a region with a rapidly aging and declining human population with few people trained to hunt the animals. The government has estimated the overall bear population at more than 54,000. Soldiers were not open fire. The Defense Ministry and Akita Prefecture signed an agreement Wednesday to deploy soldiers who will set box traps with food, transport local hunters, and help dispose of dead bears. Officials say that the soldiers will not use firearms to cull the bears. Every day, bears intrude into residential areas of the region, and their impact is expanding, Deputy Chief Cabinet Secretary Fumitoshi Sato told reporters. Responses to the bear problem are an urgent matter. The operation began in a forested area in Kazuno City, where a number of bear sightings and injuries have been reported. White-helmeted soldiers wearing bulletproof vests and carrying bear spray and net launchers set up a bear trap near an orchard. Takahiro Ikeda, an orchard operator, said bears have eaten more than 200 of his apples that were ready for harvest. My heart is broken, he told NHK television.
My apple!
Well, they call them ringo.
Oh, no.
Ringo is the word for apple in Japanese. Akita Governor Kenta Suzuki said local authorities were getting desperate due to a lack of manpower. Defense Minister Shinjiro Koizumi said Tuesday the bear mission aims to help secure people's daily lives, but that service members' primary mission is national defense, and they cannot provide unlimited support for the bear response. The Japanese self-defense forces are already understaffed. The ministry has not received requests from other prefectures for troop assistance over the bear issue, he said. In Akita Prefecture, which has a population of about 880,000, bears have attacked more than 50 people since May, killing at least 4, according to the local government. Experts say most attacks have occurred in residential areas. An older woman who went mushroom hunting in the forest was found dead in an apparent attack over the weekend in Yuzawa City. Another older woman in Akita City was killed after encountering a bear while working on a farm in late October. A newspaper delivery man was attacked and injured in Akita City on Tuesday. On Wednesday, a resident of Akita City spotted 2 bears on a persimmon tree in her garden. She was indoors and filmed the bears as they walked around for about 30 minutes. She told a local TV network the bears appeared at one point to want to enter the room she was in, and she moved away from the window. Abandoned neighborhoods and farmland with persimmon or chestnut trees often attract bears to residential areas. That is an issue, by the way. Like, there are a lot, like, if you look at real estate in Japan online, you'll find all of these, like, beautiful houses that are, like, 30,000, 40,000 bucks for sale in Japan. And it's because, well, number one, they don't have like the way Americans place premium value on homes is not the same in other parts of the world. Like, they don't value homes in Japan the way we do. Like, it's actually it's pretty normal, like, in rural areas for, like, an older lady who's only got a few years left to live to just literally go next door to her neighbor and just hand them the keys to the house and say it's yours.
I see.
Like, that happens all the time. But because of the aging population and how, like, all the jobs are sucking younger people out of the rural areas and into the major cities, there are like whole neighborhoods and stuff like that across rural Japan that have, like, tons of houses that are just unoccupied. So there's, like, a ton of, like, abandoned houses and farm areas across rural Japan for this reason. Anyway, once bears find food, they keep coming back. Experts say Japan's aging and declining population in rural areas is one reason for the growing problem. They say the bears are not endangered and need culling to keep the population under control. Local hunters are also aging and not used to bear hunting. Experts say police and other authorities should be trained as government hunters to help cull the animals. The government set up a task force last week to create an official bear response by mid-November. Officials are considering bear population surveys, the use of communication devices to issue bear warnings, and revisions to hunting rules.
It sounds like Japan just needs a bunch of, like...
They need to hire a bunch of Americans.
Yeah.
Like, there are so many Americans. They'll pay you, Japan.
You need people to fucking to go and hunt and then live on, like, rural farmland? Sign me up.
Yeah, like, just that's what I was going to suggest that at the end of this article. Like, there are countless Americans that will pay Japan money to go to Japan to shoot animals. Like,
yeah, are you kidding me? My dad will pay to fly there? Dude, my dad straight up would just go. Yeah,
we fucking shoot. We shoot hogs with AR-15s from helicopters for fun in America. Okay, like,
yeah, like, dude, Japan,
this is a tourist opportunity here.
Japan, forget about tourism. Japan. I hear you have houses that need occupied. I hear you have farms that need worked. Japan, I will pay you my rent, my usual monthly rent, to not only occupy that house for you, but also get rid of the bears for you. Please.
Right?
Please, Japan.
Yeah.
Please.
Like, there are, like, I would take
that. America, it's like I'm here, like, struggling to fucking build up the money to fucking, like, buy some land for me to, like, be able to, like for me and my father-in-law to, like, hunt and chill and, you know,
yeah,
and, like, be able to, like, live that nice, you know, chill rural lifestyle so Pei can do her fucking homesteading and whatever the fuck she wants to do, right? And that life is, like, expensive here. It's, like, hard to obtain. over there, they're like, no one wants to do it. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
What the fuck are the Japanese doing? They want, the kids, they want to go to the city and work their jobs, work to death for a wife that cocks them. It's like, oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, you don't need to bring in a bunch of fucking foreign third worlders, Japan. You don't have to do that. And I know that you voted in the new prime minister. That was like one of the key things about voting for her is to stop that shit. Stop the browning of Japan. I get that, but white America is your friend, Japan. Like, there's so many people in white America.
They'll fix your bear problem.
And they will respect. They will respect you. They will learn the language. They'll respect your traditions and customs.
They'll fix your bear problem. They'll fix your rural Japan death problem, right? They'll fix your fucking population numbers problem. We got all sorts of problems we can fix, Japan.
Yeah, we just need a good cultural exchange program here, Japan. That's all we need. Like, America's gun culture, you just need a dose of America's gun culture, and honestly, just our farm culture, because our farm culture is there's a firearms part of it, to the hogs and foxes, all kinds of pests and stuff like that. We can see the cultural exchange program, Japan. That's all we need, and we could take care of your problem, and we'll be happy to do so. And unlike, the Jeets and the third worlders, us whites will actually integrate and learn the language and show respect, to your culture. And if we don't, then kick us the fuck out. You know what I mean? But yeah,
you're not gonna find me.
There is an American solution to your problem, Japan. Look to the east.
You won't find me speaking no slant tie, Japan, but I will kill your bears.
And the last bit that I saw on this was, and this was published less than a week ago, package delivery in Japan may be delayed due to bear risks. So that last article mentioned that there was a mailman who was attacked. Look at I was in a village like this. I was in a UNESCO village that had these it still maintains the traditional rural building structure. So they have these big, thick roofs like this. It's really freaking cool.
Me, a brown girl trying to be part of white America. Lamau.
They already have a gun culture. They just can't own them. Why do you think airsoft is so popular? Well, there needs to be they need to adopt just say Americans, we'll give an exception to you because you're already used to having guns. So, whatever, we can figure that shit out. We can figure that shit out, villain. We can figure that shit out. But there is an American solution to this problem. That plenty of Americans would be enthusiastic about taking care of.
Hold on. Even rural Japanese hunters aren't allowed to have guns?
I don't think so. I'm not sure what I'm not sure what the rules are. I know they have very, very, very strict gun laws though in Japan. Well, it says this year's spate of bear attacks really has been unlike any other year before it, and frightening incidents seem to be reported on a daily basis. Still, these incidents are largely limited to the rural areas of Japan. So for the majority living in the nation's urban areas, it's easy to keep thinking of it as someone else's problem. But now the problem has grown so large that effects are starting to be felt by people all over the country and maybe even beyond. Japan Post recently announced that it will restrict its courier service U-Pack in areas where bears were sighted. To give a sense of what Japan Post is trying to protect their drivers from, here's recently captured dashboard cam video of a bear attacking a rancher's car in Hokkaido. And this came full circle back to the one that I saw.
Yeah.
So that person was lucky to have been in a vehicle at the time, but a lot of Japan Post workers use mopeds for deliveries, which would offer little protection from what we just saw. So in areas where a bear was sighted, moped deliveries will be suspended after 5 p.m. And depending on the details, other services may also be suspended. But then it goes into it, saying the same. Luckily, the bears will eventually go into hibernation, and the postal service disruption should go away with it. However, this especially warm autumn may be pushing the animal's hibernation time back, and once the spring returns, so too will the risks, so this will only be a brief respite. Unfortunately, as Japan's rural population continues to dwindle, and as rising temperatures affect the bear's natural food supply, causing them to venture further in search of it, There doesn't seem to be an end in sight. Even measures like calling it the military feel like temporary solutions to a more deeply ingrained problem that will only continue to get worse if not dealt with properly. You have to cull them. You have to cull them. It's the only solution to this.
It's not even just that. You need to repopulate your rural areas if you don't want them to become part of nature.
Yeah, and
like the fact that those areas are becoming like low population, right? And you have a low population of people that are not armed or prepared to deal with nature. It means that nature is going to reclaim that area. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, that's the way that works. Like, I think people just forget that, like, humans don't just, like, you don't just... Mother Nature does not owe you shit, okay?
No, it doesn't care about you.
You have to fight tooth and nail for everything that you decide to take, to build, right? All of it is, like... That is part of the human path to survival. Just because we're, like, smart and we can build houses and we can build tools doesn't mean that survival doesn't exist. It's not an issue. It feels that way for a lot of us living in like the first world, but like if you're living in like a rural area where you're not surrounded by, you know, fucking concrete structures, you're surrounded by nature, that nature is ever encroaching and ever trying to like make you part of it rather than you know, it's part of you, right? Like that's just the way that works. So it's like, yeah, if you have like a declining population in those like rural areas, well, of course, fucking the bears are gonna be like, oh, there's less people here now, we can take them on, and they'll go in, they'll try to basically claim that area until you all leave.
And then,
so it's like, this is honestly like, I don't even see this as being like a problem. Like they're like, oh, you know, it's a problem because of global warming. It's like, no, it's a problem with popularity. Like, it's a problem with bear population go up, human population go down. That's what the actual problem is.
Right.
Like, you know.
Yeah.
You can't just have population go up for both and then expect there not to be fucking conflict, because that's just the way that works. Like, the land itself is not multiplying, right? The amount of land space and food and all those resources are limited. They're not infinite.
But you see, like, people are really glomming onto this. Like, I think this is a brand new... This was published yesterday, where they're creating these little miniature shelters to, like, escape bears. See? With, like, bears for... This is an AI... They look at the wording, so it's because it's obviously AI. Emergency food.
Emergency food.
One day AI is going to figure out how to
fucking... There is a winter bottle!
How to fucking do, like, words correctly.
Bear sprizzy.
But it has like flashing strobe lights and all these other kind of things. So they're building like these little like bear safe rooms because it's becoming such a problem. And after I went down this rabbit hole, I remembered that there's a whole
a 3-day bear siege. Oh my god, bear siege! It's crazy.
Yeah, right. There's a whole section of Yakuza 5, and if you watch my streams, you see me play these sections where you escape prison as Sajiba, and after you crash your snowmobile, you end up in this like remote mountains village that's covered in snow, and you spend your time in this village basically doing hunting with the ultimate goal of taking down this giant bear that's called the Yamaoshi. Wait, so the Yama yeah, I think Oshi, Yama Oroshi, something like that. It means mountain bear. Who's like basically been like attacking the town. And that looks like this, by the way. That looks like this, by the way. Where you fist fight the bear.
Oh my god.
You fist fight the bear. This is why I fucking love this franchise, because of shit like that.
Japan, just fist fight the bear, bro.
But it got me thinking, was that whole section of the game inspired by these bear attacks, like the historical bear attacks? And that's what I learned about. The answer is yes, which is where I learned about this, which is like the OG Japanese bear attack, which is called the Senkabetsu Brown Bear Incident. So this happened way back in 1915 in the middle of December when this giant ass fucking bear like killed like 7 people in this tiny little remote village. And it killed like 2 people at first, where it literally like tore down the wall of a hut and just like took 2 people from inside the hut and then brutally ate them. And then it kept coming back, and it ended up killing, over the course of like a week, it killed like 7 people in the village, and they never killed it.
No, they did. Go up. Go up. It says right there. Of course, this is 6 days. Male bear attacked households, killed 7 people. Injuring further. The incident was referred to as
Oh, it was shot dead.
The attack
Okay.
ended when the bear was shot dead. Yeah.
They say it was shot dead, but the rumors are that like it didn't actually die. But like this thing is like past. This is over 100 years ago, so this thing has become like a legend at this point.
I see.
So, but they have like you can actually go and visit the site. They reconstructed the site. So like when you go here, there's like this giant statue of a bear here that, you know, and they reconstructed like the inside of the hut, where you can go and see like where the bear like broke in and destroyed everything, and killed the people. But there's like a really like long recounting, and there's been multiple books about it. But it's like this really infamous like legendary incident with a giant bear that happened way back in, and it happened in Hokkaido, like the big northern island of Japan. So this is like the OG like legendary bear attack that inspired this whole thing. This whole thing in Yakuza 5. At least I'm pretty sure it did. But yeah, that's what I was able to conjure up for Japan's bear problem. So,
holy shit.
That's the story, chat. That's the story. The story of Japan's bear problem. So
oh my neck.
It was a hell. I spent like a whole afternoon down this rabbit hole. Okay. Let us move on to actually, let's move on to the next thing. Okay, the next thing we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about Tyler Oleivera, the legend, the saga of Tyler Oleivera versus the Indian nationalists and the now infamous Streisand affected into stardom Pooh Festival.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I'd heard about the Pooh Festival before. I knew that it was a thing before this.
Right.
I also knew that it was only, well, I believe that it was in like a few rural areas. I didn't think it was just in one.
It's literally just one.
But I knew that it wasn't like an all of India thing.
Right.
But I didn't know anything about it. And after watching Tyler's video, I've actually come to kind of appreciate it. I've watched the whole video.
You actually have watched it. Okay. It's a good
watched
video.
This entire video on it. It's a good video, and it honestly made me kind of appreciate.
He's very respectful.
Yeah, he's very respectful. He took part in it. He didn't have to do that, but he did.
No.
He got shit in his mouth. Right?
Yes, he did.
He got down to the bottom of whether or not the people in the town believe that eating poop is good for you. And nope, it's just one guy.
It's just one guy, yeah.
It's one guy, right? So, like, he, like, quelled that rumor rather than, like, you know, being like, do you guys all believe this? I'm gonna see how you guys all believe this. He actually quelled that rumor, like, right where he found it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Well, the funny twist in all this...
Hold on! To be fair, hold on, in all fairness, right? You can ask culinary experts this. While there's no real benefits from eating cow poop, it's not harmful to you. Any, like, herbivore animal, because they're not eating meat, they're not, like, actually carrying a whole bunch of, like, bad, like, diseases in their shit.
Mm-hmm.
You're more likely to get a disease from eating raw cow meat than you are from eating cow poop.
Right. Well, like, herbivorous poop.
Yes.
is nowhere like if you're like carnivore poop is gonna probably kill you.
Carnivore poop is very, very bad. Do not ever put any sort of not just carnivore, even just omnivore, any creature that eats meat of any kind, do not put that in your mouth. But the poop of creatures that just eat plants is actually really clean. Like, you can put it in your mouth, you can spit it out, you can eat it. I mean, you don't have to, but I mean, you could eat it, and it won't actually do anything to you. Like, you're probably gonna be okay. It doesn't make it good. It's still gross, but it's not harmful to you.
Okay, so let's first talk about what the festival actually is. Let's do that first before we get into the saga.
Gorala!
Because this happened recently. Okay, it's after Diwali. It happens in late October. And originally I would have just covered the story as like there's this poop festival that they have in India. I basically would have done like our lame ass version of what Tyler did, where he just talks about this festival. You know what I mean? That's
real quick. NDA said carnivore poop is not allowed in agricultural manure. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. And that's because, again, like, the poop of creatures that eat meat contains all sorts of bacteria and all sorts of stuff that exists within the meat.
Yeah, like our poop, like human poop, is it's lethal.
Yes, it is a biohazard. But the poop of like cows and like animals that just eat vegetation, right, like deer, is actually totally fine. Which is why it's really common for like, you know, for like people that go out hunting, like safaris and shit like that, to like actually like play with like poop pebbles.
Yeah.
That's something I learned recently. That a game that people play when they go out safari hunting is that they actually get like gazelle shits. They're like these little pebbles, and they'll actually like put them in their mouth, and they'll try to spit them as you can spit them the farthest. And that's like a game they play to like pass time. I learned about that like.
Okay. Anyway, let me get into this festival. Let's talk about the raw facts of the festival first. So it's called Gorahaba. Okay. Literally translates into cow dung festival. So it's a Hindu festival celebrated in Gumatapura in Talavadi, Erode district, in a Kannada-speaking village in the Indian state of Tamil Nadu on the state's border with Karnataka. So it's like this one little remote village. It's dedicated to Birappa, an avatar of Shiva worshipped by Kurubas. It is celebrated a day after Diwali's Bali Padyame, whereby the festival involves participants playfully throwing or spearing cow dung on one another as part of a local ritual tradition. As per local legends, the god Birappa, who was a manifestation of Shiva and is worshipped by the Kuruba community, was born from cow dung.
Should I be able to see this, by the way?
Huh?
This is on the share screen that you're sharing with me.
Oh, I'm not sharing with you. Sorry. Let me switch that real quick. Because I there's so many like little tabs for this. But I needed it needed its own browser. This one story has its own browser window.
Oh my god, I see that.
Yeah, but yeah, they're mostly just Twitter posts though. And therefore the festival is celebrated by splashing cow dung on one another. It is also believed that participating in the cow dung splashing game cures people of all kinds of diseases, which is one of the reasons for keeping the tradition alive even after hundreds of years. Cow dung has ritual importance in Hinduism, where it is believed to have cleansing properties and is used in purification rituals. According to Shiva Purana, certain ceremonial ablutions on the linga are performed with Pachagavya that contains a mix of 5 substances contained from cows' urine, dung, milk, curd, and ghee. And then, yeah, I mean, if you want to see like the festival itself, watch Tyler's video because it's actually really good and informative. And it's not racist or anything. Actually, it's actually really interesting, which is why, by the way, Tyler's channel is so fucking popular.
Yeah, because he doesn't like. How do I put this? He very much just like he gets to the bottom of things and he asks questions.
He's great.
He doesn't spend the entire time like just making fun of people. Sometimes it feels like it because he does like what he'll do is that he put himself into the character of someone who's just totally ignorant and asking questions even when the answer's obvious.
Like, what if his best videos is he goes to
he'll do this to try to get people to give their genuine perspective.
Right.
And he'll pretend like he agrees with them. And he's like, he believes them totally, so that they'll keep talking. Because
Mhm.
that's his goal, is to basically get people to reveal what they really think. And then whether or not you think that's stupid, well, that's up to you as a viewer after you've heard what they say.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, his job is to get the bottom of the things. And to get the bottom of the things, you have to, like, at least feign being on someone, the person who has the information side, so that they'll let their guard down and actually tell you.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
exactly.
And
so
he's really good at doing that.
He's really, really good at doing that. And it's like, again, you can see it as him making fun of these people. It's like, he's not the one making fun of them. He's just getting them to say whatever the fuck they believe.
Mhm.
And so if what they believe is stupid, well, they themselves said it. Don't get mad at him for revealing it.
Well, the funny thing
know?
is that after we go after the saga, or this saga, you'll realize that the only Indians that, like, actually come out looking better than all the rest of the Indians are the ones who partake in this festival.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely. They were, like, super kind to him the entire time.
and they were the
And
ones
it's
who were,
just
like, laughing how it's like, yeah, it's kind of crazy.
It's silly.
We get, they
But it's what we
understand that
do.
it's silly, but it's what we do. And it's like, I can respect that. Because there's plenty
Yeah, same.
of
I
shit.
totally respect it.
There's plenty of crazy shit that, that people do in parts of America, that they're just
Yeah.
like, yeah, this is silly and dumb, but it's just what we do. And it's like, okay, fair enough,
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's the festival. And normally it'd be like, hey, what the fuck is this poop festival? And it'd be next story time here on the Foxhole. But that is not what happened. That is not what happened. Let's move on to Tyler himself. So this started back before Halloween when he posted a teaser.
Yeah.
He posted a teaser saying, Happy Diwali. Yes, I went to India's poop throwing festival. Poop emoji. It was the shittiest experience of my life. I will never go back. Please pray that I survive. Now you can see here that he had like a full hazmat suit with a hood. He does have the hood on and goggles, but he was also barefoot because you have to be barefoot to participate.
Yes.
So he was like, I'll do whatever
also,
I have.
Very,
The bare
very
minimum.
important. Very, very important. The town doesn't normally let people from outside
No.
the town participate, but they
No.
made an exception for him.
Yeah, because he was like particularly cordial and like, like genuinely curious,
Yeah.
But so he posted this, and that and you could see even just in the comments, where you start seeing people, the Pajit nationalists fucking starting to go after him and stuff like that. You start seeing stuff like this, Europe's dung spitting festival. By the way, none of these images and headlines are real. These are real things, but they completely manufactured all of the images for them, which is really stupid of them. But you can already see the back and forth just in these comments. You see shit like this, followed immediately by this, followed by this, followed by this. You know what I mean? It's just a back and forth. You see that. So he just inadvertently triggered a fucking Indian nationalist, ethno-nationalist firestorm. And
But I think it's really funny because this is like, it's like, I'm sorry, but he didn't say it was a problem. Are you ashamed of it? Are you ashamed of your own fellow Indians? Is that what you're telling us? Because that's all that we're getting from the Indian nationalists is that they feel like it seems like they're ashamed.
Inferior. They
like
have an inferiority complex.
Yeah.
And I guess maybe that comes from the fact that they did a survey amongst Indian men of 1,000 Indian men that was like pretty representative of like the entire Indian diaspora, and they basically realized that that condom manufacturers were making condoms too big for the average Indian penis, and they had to reevaluate their size offerings as a result of that survey.
Really funny. That's really funny.
But besides that, let's just get into some examples of what happened. So first was the mass reporting. So again, the Pajits have a very, very hive-minded, like very like ethno-narcissistic like behavior patterns. And you'll see this in the video. See like wholesome versus racist. Like them doing the thing is wholesome, but someone filming them doing the thing is racist. But if you watch the video, there was like an actual like news crew from like the BBC or something like that was also there.
They were French.
They were French. Yeah, it was like a French media outlet, but it was like a legit full-on media, like mainstream media outlet that was doing the exact same thing that Tyler was doing, filming all the same shit, literally saying all the same stuff, and they didn't get any flack. No, all the flack was directed.
They didn't participate.
They didn't participate. That is true. They didn't participate like Tyler did. But Tyler's the one who got all the flack. So you see shit like this, nonstop spam calls from India. So if this was happening, like look at the timestamps. Like every couple minutes, this was happening. Sometimes within the same minute. So, and then those.
How dare you? We are going to scam call you.
Oh, I have one of the calls. I have. Here, listen to one of the calls. Actually, I don't know if it's right. Hang on. I don't think. Okay. Okay. Chat can hear this now. So this is just an example of one of the calls.
Hey bro, I wanna fuck your sister, man. I wanna put my dick inside on your sister's pussy. She like my dick. You wanna suck my dick? You motherfucker. You son of a bitch. Just suck my dick. You son of a bitch.
Indians being sex pests, not beating the allegations, I have to say. And then you saw things like this where they just kind of started making up like his mom being on OnlyFans and his sister being on OnlyFans and stuff like that. And like a lot of like the Pajit supremacist accounts were like running with this, and he's just like, this isn't true. Hard-hitting questions, like they just made shit up, basically. The Jeet code. By the way, I saved so many Jeet memes from this whole saga. It has its own folder, chat. Like there are so many good Jeet memes.
Wait, go down. They made an article saying that he apologized.
Yeah. They just made a bunch of shit up. They just made shit up. They made stuff up, and then it started. This is the point where it started getting traction in the mainstream media. So we have this. I'm not going to read this, but from the New York Post, YouTuber Tyler Oleivera branded racist, dragged through the muck after filming Indian village's messy poop growing fight. So it started hitting mainstream news. And at which point it got so bad that he posted this. After much consideration, I have decided I will not be releasing my documentary capturing India's poop growing festival. I have been doxxed and threatened by thousands of Indians over the last 2 weeks. Tens of thousands of Indians have turned my life into a living hell. My family has been attacked in ways I never could have imagined. Showing up to this poop festival was the worst decision of my life. I severely underestimated the power of India. I am only one man. I cannot defeat the combined power of 1.5 billion Indians who yearn for my destruction. I simply cannot continue fighting this war and must choose my battles. This one simply isn't worth it. I never meant to offend Indians, their religion, or their culture. I just wanted to participate in this unusual poop-throwing festival and share it for the world to see. I ask that all Indians reading this please leave my family alone. Thank you. Now, if you know anything about Tyler, anyone who knows Tyler knew immediately that this was a fucking troll, okay? Because if you look at his channel, look at his channel. This is a guy who like has no problem like getting into fist fights with fucking scammers with machetes at the base of the Eiffel Tower in France. Like Tyler is he talked the most. He basically went like super deep into as a white dude, as a pasty white dude, into the black Israelites. I saw that. That was a good video. Yeah,
that was
exactly.
so funny. Like they find their book. It's like, here's the book of all of our like historical drawings, and they're all just like really shitty, like AI or like redrawn. Like it's like Black Mona Lisa. And it's like, holy shit, you're fucking retarded, huh?
But like, if you just look at this channel, this dude is fearless. He'll go anywhere to get to the bottom of something. You know what I mean? Like, and so when he posted this, everyone who knew who he was basically like this. He's gonna drop it still, isn't he? Like, that's bait. Like, you get this. Report him, Tsar. Those Tsar memes are just flowing so much.
Tsar, report him, Tsar. Tsar, don't insult India. Don't do it, Tsar. Don't do it. Bad son. Do not do it.
And this was, I think that the Indians were like coping about this and like claiming victory because they don't know Tyler.
Well, that's because they're fucking retarded.
They
That's
don't
not
know-
They don't know Tyler. They're fucking retarded.
They don't know fucking Tyler.
They're fucking retarded.
And of course,
They-
this was posted on November 6th.
The Indians and the Pakis, like their egos are so high they don't realize when they're being made fun of.
They don't. Yeah, they
Same
don't.
thing happened when I was arguing with fucking Muhammad. Right, where it's like he doesn't realize when he's being made fun of.
Yeah, they don't
Because they're
understand. Yeah,
still that fucking mindless.
they're very
fucking
mid-witted.
idiots. Yeah.
So 3 days after he posted this, I'm not gonna publish the video. He posts this. Psych! India poop throwing festival out now. Indian flag poop emoji. Americans do not negotiate with terrorists. You can dox, threaten, harass, or kill me, and I'll still keep going. I am unstoppable. I will never stop fighting for the truth. And this fucking took off. 133,000 likes. This thing blew the fuck up. And of course he posted it. And here it is. In all of its glory. In all of its half an hour glory. And apparently he said he's going to release an even longer version of it. In the future. Kind of like a director's cut. And as of in less than a week, it has 2.5 million views. So this guy, he has made out like a fucking bandit. With this video. It's a phenomenal video, by the way. Everybody in chat should go watch it after the show is over if you haven't already. And he's very, like I said, he's actually very respectful. He actually quells like eating the poop and all that kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, there's a few crazy people. You know, even the people in the town are like, yeah, there's a few crazy people who think that. We don't actually believe that though. Like it is still poop in the end. We understand that, you know. He also shows them how like there's like a lake nearby that when everything is said and done, everybody jumps into the lake. And they kind of clean themselves in the lake, but again, communal bath and all, not going to get you the cleanest. And so after the lake, they also go and they take a shower. You know, they shower and scrub themselves off at home. You know.
Yeah.
So he's like,
bathing is part of the ritual.
Yeah, he approaches it from a very like neutral. You know,
he
curious
lets them
person.
talk about it rather than like trying to basically push a narrative. He lets them talk about their own culture,
which is why they were probably cool with
why
him letting him do it with
because
them, like letting him partake.
He never takes the role of like the combative, like I'm here to tell you what I believe and ignore what you're telling me about your own culture. Like he very much takes the like I'm ignorant approach. Like I am ignorant. I'm asking questions out of pure curiosity. I want to understand. And that leads to people feeling comfortable, letting their guard down and actually, you know, revealing.
Well, the thing is, it's like, it's not, he's genuine about it. He is genuine about it. Like, you could tell that he's not being deceptive, you know, just to get them to open up and stuff like that. You could tell that he's just like.
Sometimes he is. Not in this case, though.
Not in this case. You could tell that he's actually just genuinely curious. Okay, so he posts the video, blows the fuck up. This thing has been Streisand affected into the stratosphere. Okay. And then the blowback, the blowback after happens. So first, he posts this. After participating in India's poop throwing festival, I have spent $5,000 on tests for countless diseases. If you don't see the full poop documentary in the next 7 days, chances are I'm dead. But then you have all the Indian nationalists coming after him for releasing the video. So there's like a few all-stars of like the Indian nationalist online, you know, people. Yeah. This Hindutva Knight is one of them. Like they literally all they do is just like they just retweet Hindu phobia.
India is YouTube's second largest market and is poised to become Google most important market in coming year. If Goy cannot leverage this position to direct Google, Neil Mohan Sundar Pakai from preventing the release of content made with only intention to dehumanize and incite more racism against Indian, then Ashwin Vaishnaw should step down. I request other followers to also bring the attention to of Goy.
This is like Google
GG.
of, I don't know what I stands for. Google of something. I think, I don't know. But this is just like the, I was alluding earlier to the whole like the Indo-nationalist, cancel
Wait,
mob.
I'm curious what the reply is down there. People there who are saying, own up to your culture. There are similar animal smearing throne festivals in USA and Europe. India is vast and diverse. Some weird practices followed by a small creed in the remote region of India do not represent the entire population. No one said it does. However, white American engaging and shit-white ritual do represent the entirety of white America culture, since white are mostly monolith. God, you're retarded.
They're just outing themselves.
It's like,
this
yeah,
whole
it's like
thing
you're
is
just
just
outing
like,
yourself as being a total racist. It's like,
Yeah.
no, even though he said that it is very specific region in video, which I do not watch, I believe that he is racist. Anyway, I am racist for good reason, so I am racist.
Like,
and
whites
it's
are
good that
mostly
I'm racist,
monolith.
but bad that you're racist.
Like, have you been anywhere, like, to any two places in America? Like, no two places in America are alike. Like,
Here, hold on. Have you been to Ireland? Just Ireland?
yeah, exactly. Just Ireland.
like you don't even gotta you don't gotta go a culture in Ireland versus the culture in blah blah blah. No, like just look at just Ireland.
Well, like I
by
said earlier,
itself.
like literally none of these images are real. They're all fake images and all fake headlines, even though these are real things. The Irish one, however, the Irish one was like a publicity stunt. It's not like an annual tradition. There's also like, we're gonna get to this thing with that she also posts, the bestiality is highest among white people. And it's just like, well, in America, yeah. But guess what?
Yeah.
Guess what the most prevalent race of people in India commit bestiality? Like, they're basically like, they cannot conjure up an argument. And the thing is, all they have to do,
click on the profile picture. Click on the profile picture real quickly.
This?
Yes. Is it a woman?
I think this is an AI image.
Oh, dang.
So
Not a real woman. Rekha Gupta simp account. I see. It's a simp.
Yeah,
You're a
it's
simp.
so
You
all
are
they do
there
is
for
just
Bob Vagin.
all they do is just talk about the greatness of India, basically. They're just India. They're basically just ethno-nationalists for India. Is what this account is. But the thing is, like, they could have easily just like quelled this whole thing just by kind of like laughing at it, being like, "Yeah, that's a silly thing in our country." Ew,
Yeah.
gross. You know what I mean? Just like the way we do when we see, like the cow flinging competition that we have, like it's somewhere in the Midwest. I don't know where exactly, but they have a cow. They throw them
But
like
I still think
like
damn white
frisbees.
women. Yeah, dude, white women making all of us look bad.
But the thing is
No,
that
sir, no Indian sir. There's only women, Indian sir. No,
You can
there's
see
only
shit like
women.
this.
Women are bad.
this is a very like Indian nationalist account essentially.
Yeah.
And you get more like India War Monitor, cow poop throwing contest. So yeah,
For the record, they're not smearing it on themselves.
they're not throwing it at each other either.
Yeah.
And they're not smearing it on themselves. And the thing is, like, these have been like sitting out in the field for like weeks. These are those things are rocks.
Yeah, they're like rocks.
They're rocks.
They're not fresh cow dung collected from the cow
over the last
that
6
pulled
months.
The wagon. That pulled the wagon with the cow dung,
They
like...
literally, over the 6 months that they gather the poop for that festival, they keep the poop wet so that it can be like mushed into like poop balls and thrown at people specifically for the festival. That's not what this is. Like, they're trying to like, they think they have gotchas and like none of them are like even comparable. But the other point is, it's like, it's all silly and gross. Just laugh at it. Who cares? Like, you know what I mean? But no, like, but you see, like, again, like, there's so many good Jeet memes that come out of this. The 42-year-old pooer. Oh my god, I'm gonna poo. That lives in literal shit, no plumbing, believes in talking elephants and tigers that fly, smells like ass and curry, no national sanitation standards, wants to be a superpower, digs in his ass while making food, married to his first cousin, worse than a Jew who runs a hotel with his 15 relatives he doesn't pay, Shits anywhere, anytime, things, toilets, or shrines. You object to this one, don't you?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
See, there's so many good fucking memes that came out of this. So many. Oh, man. They talk about the people are pooping more than ever on the streets of San Francisco. It's like, yes, and guess what? The rest of America thinks that's disgusting and it needs to be taken care of. And it's not a festival of celebration. Like,
yeah. This is like homeless people. This isn't.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like these are homeless people who are pooping on
they're
the streets.
trying
So they
to-
have no other choice.
The thing
They
is,
have
they're
nowhere
trying
go.
to engage in
This is it.
whataboutism, which is, an argumentative fallacy in and of itself. But it's like, it's not even like good whataboutism. You know what I mean? There's like
No, it's
nothing
not.
compares.
It's like, oh
But
no.
They bring up Woodstock, how people were like swimming and slipping and sliding in shit, in shitty
That
mud.
wasn't it.
But it's like,
That was mud, yeah.
well,
Was
it
it?
was mud, but it also had like septic leakage into it. But the thing is that
Hey, baby.
first of all, this wasn't.
Hello.
Oh,
Yeah.
You can come get me in like 30 minutes.
Okay.
okay.
Love you.
Love you.
Hey, Junebug. I'm gonna get to Dineshville and I'm gonna get to him. But like, this isn't an annual festival, and they didn't know that they were swimming in something that was partially shit. So
Yeah.
again,
And they were all high and drunk.
yeah,
And this was also like
it's-
26 years ago.
they said that there were sexual assaults were filed. It's like filed.
That's true.
Exactly. That means that they were like punished for it. Like, as it's a bad thing. And we actually like care about taking care of bad things committed by our own people. And the thing
Yeah.
is, it's like, your shit festival isn't a bad thing. Like
No, it's not.
and then of course Tyler basically started going after these people, and Tyler really became he's like ludicrously based after all this. You literally doxed me for filming a poop throwing festival. You cannot pressure YouTube into somehow convincing me to not release my documentary. My video should begin a broader conversation of cultural reform. If you're going this far to attack anyone who filmed it, redirect this energy positively rather than trying to censor reality. And they try to clap back, but again, it doesn't work. This is not real, by the way.
No.
I think this one is, but that other one wasn't. This is, oh God. This is where this is.
Yeah, it's either way. It's like, yes, there's people that have weird.
Look at
fucking
these fucking
schedules.
these Jeet memes. Man, Hajit, my son, your stomach hurt now. You must choose where to release: beautiful and clean toilet or designated shitting street. He chooses the street. Or this one. A survey. This is a third of more than 1,000 men in India has concluded that condoms made according to international sizes are too large for a majority of Indian men. So you see that there's like this serious like meme back and forth. They're saying my white skin can't withstand the Indian climate and have developed an infection after playing with cow poop. And you see like SAR, the SAR memes are glorious. Jesus.
That's really good.
That's really good.
That's really good.
Oh my God. And if you just go into Tyler's Twitter, I mean, he just claps back at all this, including Dinesh D'Souza, who after
Who's this guy?
Dinesh D'Souza, who is Dinesh D'Souza, chat? Dinesh D'Souza is an old school, conservative Republican guy. Very much like in the Ben Shapiro kind of conservative vein. He's like very much a part of like the Con Inc. Or Big Con, I think is what it's called. I think that Crowder coined that term, the Big Con kind of sphere. And he has he's an Indian man, and he has forever basically tried to say we need to get beyond identity politics. I'm an American and not an Indian, all this kind of stuff. But the moment the moment that this whole thing happened, he just couldn't help himself. He couldn't keep the ruse up anymore, and he just outed himself as just another Indian nationalist. So this is, this isn't actually related to the Poop Festival. Where is... I might not have it here. But he came out, he basically replied to Tyler with a graph saying, what about this festival? And it's an earnings chart by race and how Indians, like, on average, make more than any other ethnic group in America. And Tyler is just like, has just been replying and quote retweeting it and just ratioing him and BTFOing him on every fucking post. And it's been beautiful to watch Dinesh D'Souza just out himself as just another fucking Indian ethno-nationalist prick. Because I think everybody has always suspected it, Yeah. So Dinesh, this is it. Another one, so he replied with this right here. How about commenting on this festival? It seems like the future belongs to the poop throwers. And it's, Asian make more, but the thing is, like, Asian, is that like Chinese, Japanese, Korean, that Indian?
Yeah.
I know that, yeah. But again, you and then Tyler, family gets doxxed after filming Poop Festival, but what about median household income among Asians? Fuck you. I don't think these losers understand how I react to this abuse. I reacted the way the Duke of Kent would react to the caterwauling of a street heckler. I don't seek a duel. I'm simply entertained by the stupidity. My wife tells me I enjoy these plebeian tantrums way too much. See, he's so far up his ass.
Plebeian.
And he said,
tantrums.
He said, shut the fuck up, Dinesh. Unprovoked, your response to my family and I being doxxed, threatened, and harassed by Indian nationalists, infuriated by my documentation of a poop-throwing festival, was not sympathy as a fellow American. Nope. You posted a screenshot of median household income of Asian households earning more than white American households. Who the fuck does that? It gives the impression that all you see is GDP. If you believed in colorblind American solidarity, then why is your first instinct to defend anonymous Indians threatening to rape my imaginary sister and mother with a screenshot of household income stats among ethnic groups in America? Why are identity politics convenient for you but not for anyone else? Are you Indian? Indian American? American? Is America simply an economic exploitation zone ripe for plundering? He meant plundering, not blundering. Are you loyal to America first and foremost? Why would you instinctively relate and defend a rural village of Indians throwing a cow poop at one another and Indian nationalists doxing my family rather than a fellow American? So you can see that he's just been on the fucking warpath, just collecting scalps from the Pidgeot supremacists.
Yeah, it's fucking great.
And it's been beautiful to watch. So in the end, Tyler has absolutely come out on top of this. Pretty much everybody is, like, that isn't a Pidgeot supremacist sees, like, I guess that's the other thing. Like, if you want to garner sympathy, because, like, let's be real, Indians in America have always been viewed as basically Apu from The Simpsons, right? They're like enterprising, hardworking immigrants with silly accents, who generally like the fact that they've been offered what they've been offered as opportunity in America. And after however many decades of building that reputation, the Pidgeot supremacists on Twitter are like destroying that in record time. So all they're doing is that they're just making people hate them more, because there's already been like a rising tide of like anti-Indian sentiment on the internet over the last year or so. And I'm a part of that. It mainly came out of it started with Indian scam culture. That's where it started from. Like call center, scams and that kind of stuff. And it's just been getting worse ever since. And now this has happened, and now like everybody has this impression that like every Indian is a fucking, and it's like
fucking.
Let's not mention the fact that Modi himself has said that he views like the Indian diaspora across the globe, and especially to like the most developed of Western nations, as living bridges, where he sees like the Indian diaspora as basically like tentacles of India reaching into other countries and pulling their resources into India. You know what I mean? That's how Modi sees, the diaspora of Indians, you know? So Indians have nothing to blame but themselves for destroying their own reputations among the rest of the world, essentially. And I will be there for the continued destruction of said reputation because it's deserved, honestly. Like the H-1B visa is another one that, you know, that honestly Trump has fumbled. I'm not going to get into politics, but he's really fucked up bad on the H-1B thing. And even Tyler's like, what the fuck is going on here? Even Tyler's like, what the hell, you know? But like between the scam culture, H-1B visa, you know, street shitters, all that kind of stuff, it's all like a pile of shit piling up, you know? So that is the saga where it stands right now of Tyler Oleivera and the poo flinging festival of India and the Indian nationalists. That's what I got for you. I hope you were informed at least a little bit about that, chat. Because I have a whole damn browser page for this one fucking story. Okay, let me revert back to the one with all the other stories. Do I have it open? Yeah. That open, and then let me share it with you. Nope, that one. There we go. Okay. Moving on. We're gonna stay in India. I'm not done with India yet. Because this happened in India. This happened very recently in India. I don't think that I can hear this. Hang on one sec. Is this the right one? Yes. All right. This happened.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, okay. Oh, do you need to go get her?
Come get me.
Yes. Okay. Baby.
Okay. Let's see here. Keep that. God, there's no good story to like keep going. I'm just gonna keep going, chat. But let's watch this. So there was a massive car bomb that went off. This one doesn't have any volume, chat. So you can see they're just kind of walking through the aftermath. Come on. Get to it. Okay, this one isn't showing anything. But what had happened was India rattled after a car explosion in Delhi kills at least 8 people. So Indian authorities are investigating all options after at least 8 people were killed Monday night in a rare car blast that tore through a neighborhood in the capital that is popular with tourists. At least 20 others were injured in the explosion near the historic Red Fort in Delhi, which took place at 6:52 p.m. local time and left the surrounding area laced with charred vehicles. A slow-moving vehicle had stopped at a red light at an intersection when it exploded, Delhi Police Commissioner Satish Gulcha told reporters Monday, starting a large fire that spread to nearby cars and rickshaws. Officials have not said what caused the explosion or identified any suspects. Delhi police have registered a case under anti-terrorism laws and are building the sequence of events, Deputy Commissioner Raja Banthia told reporters Tuesday morning. So this is, I don't know if that's the car that exploded. I don't think it is. This is a car that was affected by it. Because the car that exploded was like reduced to like nothing. It is too premature to comment upon anything, he added. Footage verified by NBC showed burned vehicles at the scene of the explosion, where investigators are combing for forensic evidence that could help determine the cause. Witnesses described seeing body parts strewn around the area. It was like an earthquake. Impact and intensity was very powerful, said Wadkaz Shaika, a 34-year-old pharmacy owner who lives at the nearby Chandi Chowk area. We were shocked, he said. Home Minister Amit Shah said Monday night that it was too early to say whether the blast was a terrorist attack, telling reporters that investigators are exploring all possibilities. We will investigate all angles with determination, he said. Shah was expected to chair a meeting with top intelligence officials on Tuesday morning. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh said Tuesday that the investigation findings will soon be made public. Those responsible for this tragedy will be brought to justice and will not be spared under any circumstances. Well, at least one of them probably died in that explosion. Monday's blast occurred outside the 17th century Red Fort, once the seat of Mughal emperors and now a major tourist destination, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi delivers an address every August 15th to mark India's Independence Day. Modi, who arrived in neighboring Bhutan on Tuesday for a scheduled visit, said in a speech, "The conspirators behind the attack will not be spared." Security has been ramped up at key locations around Delhi, which has a population of nearly 33 million people, including the country's busiest airport, several monuments, and train stations, India's federal police unit, the CISF, said in a post on X. The Red Fort metro station was closed on Tuesday due to security reasons, the Delhi Metro Rail Corporation said on X. The fort itself has also been closed until Thursday, the archaeology agency said. Neighboring states Uttar Pradesh, the country's most populous and home to the Taj Mahal, and Haryana have also been put on high alert, police there said. India's financial hub, Mumbai, in the country's south, is also on high alert. The State Department expressed its condolences and advised U.S. citizens to stay away from crowded areas, especially around the Red Fort. The blast occurred hours before President Donald Trump swore in Sergio Gore as the U.S. ambassador to India. Modi, whose Hindu nationalist Bharatiya Janata Party governs Delhi and also faces key elections this week in the northern state of Bihar, shared his condolences on Monday in a post on X and said he had reviewed the situation with Shah. The blast has rattled nerves in India, which almost went to war with its neighbor and fellow nuclear power Pakistan over an April terrorist attack in the disputed region of Kashmir that killed 26 people, mostly Indian tourists. Yeah, we covered that on the show. India, which said Pakistan-backed armed militants were responsible, launched airstrikes on Pakistan, which denied involvement in the attack. Dozens of people were killed on both sides of the border in the following days before a ceasefire agreement was reached. Pakistan reported a deadly suicide bombing in its own capital, Islamabad, on Tuesday, with Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi telling reporters that at least 12 people had been killed and more than 24 others wounded. The blast in Delhi occurred hours after police in Kashmir, India's only Muslim-majority region, said that they had arrested several people linked to prominent terrorist groups and seized over 6,300 pounds of explosive materials in a joint operation involving police in Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. It was not clear whether the arrests were related. While blasts such as the one on Monday are rare, it evoked memories of previous attacks targeting Delhi. A briefcase bomb killed about 12 people when it went off outside the High Court in 2011, a decade after gunmen stormed the parliament and killed more than a dozen people. Just for a little bit of context of this, this is the red temple or whatever that it went off like right in front of, basically, which is like this super historical like site of national importance. This is like where it said like Modi or the president always gives like the Independence Day speech from this palace, essentially. And when you consider the timing, like it's close to elections, it happened in this really what do you call it, culturally and politically important place of importance. And then it also happened just very, very shortly after this happened, which is the 2,900 kilograms of IED-making material was recovered, with 7 arrested as J&K police bust interstate terror module. The J&K police have busted an interstate and transnational terror module, arrested 7 people, and seized 2,900 kilograms of IED material in the past 15 days. A Srinagar-based police spokesperson said that the terror module was linked to the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Ansar Ghazwat-ul-Hind. The investigation has revealed a white-collar terror ecosystem involving radicalized professionals and students in contact with foreign handlers operating from Pakistan and other countries. The arrested individuals include 2 doctors, Muzamil Ahmad Ganai, also known as Musaib, a resident of Koil Pulwama, and Adil, a resident of Wanpura Kulgam. The other accused are, oh my god, here we go, Arif Sardar, Yasir ul Ashraf, and Maksud Ahmad Dar, all residents of Nogam, Srinagar, Zamir Ahmad Angar, alias Mutlasha of Gandarbal, and Irfan Ahmed Malvi from Shopian. What the fuck did I just read, Chad? And they as well just bid in Hindi. Jesus. So I'm not going to read this entire thing, but basically there was a massive terrorist operation that was foiled just days before this car bomb went off in front of this super important palace that Modi was going to, and right before elections were going to get held. So there's a lot of data points that point to it being terror related. I mean, the other thing is like, who the hell else blows up cars? You know what I mean? Like, I've only ever seen terrorists do that. You know, what other kind of criminal does that? Like, no other kind of criminal does that. So, I have a sneaking suspicion that it's somehow terrorist related. Feel like you were chanting a spell? Yeah, I kind of feel like it. I feel like I said that 3 times, and like Shiva would like appear in my mirror and try to kill me or something. The Pakis are at it again. That's my suspicion. You look at the people. I mean, this is definitely like a Paki operation that they stopped. But they stopped this, and then, you know, just days after that, this car bomb goes off. It's like, yeah, I'm sorry, but it's you don't have to stretch a lot of yarn to link these things together and, you know, figure out that, you know, like he probably was thinking, you know, I can't get right into it, you know, because it's too secure. But you know, if I go during like a busy time of the day, you know, it says 6:52 p.m. local time. I mean, that's like rush hour. Like rush hour in India, those are very packed streets. If you have like a car packed to the brim with like, you know, with explosives, you know, you park yourself at an intersection of red light. When all the cars come together, you know, they come bumper to bumper as they stack up for that red light. You can get a lot of people that way. It's probably, you can get more that way than any other way, you know? So I would not be surprised at all if this was some kind of Paki terrorist thing going on. I mean, it definitely fits the MO. It fits the MO of terrorists. And yeah, it's just everything. I think these puzzle pieces pretty easily fit together, you know? Was this a retaliation for the car bomb in Islamabad? I mean, it might have been. Hard to say. I wouldn't be surprised. I guess it depends on who's involved, but it very well could have been. Very well could have been. I mean, that would, like, you know, you car bomb me, therefore I'm going to car bomb you as revenge. You know, that, I can see that. I can see that happening. But it's more very much like in the, we're still in the speculative phase right now, but there are a lot of alignments for it being terrorism related, I would definitely say. Pakistan did blame the car bomb in Islamabad in India. True, but they also blame pretty much everything on India, and vice versa. Anything that happens on the western border of India is blamed on Pakistan, and everything that happens on the eastern border or in Kashmir, the eastern border of Pakistan or Kashmir, is blamed on India. And rightfully so. You know, they hate each other. Thank you, Gandhi. I grew up just like Indians when I learned about Gandhi blaming a woman for getting assaulted by men. She came to him to report it, and he cut off her hair for tempting. Dude, if you look into Gandhi, like, Pakistan wouldn't be around if Gandhi wasn't around. Gandhi is the reason we have to deal with fucking Pakistan, chat. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, fuck Gandhi. There you go. Like, there's like a handful of like these people that like the West for whatever reason like hails as heroes, but they're actually absolutely not heroes. Like Gandhi is one of them. Another one would be Nelson Mandela. He is absolutely another one that for whatever reason the West like prop up as like this saint of a man. I was like, no, he was a fucking terrorist. Like, what's another one? Maybe Louis Farrakhan. maybe you can add to that list. What other ones? Trying to think. I can't think of any others. Those are the two that immediately come to mind. Yeah, Gandhi and fucking Mandela. He put that like the West like holds them up to like sainthood, and they were both like shit. Mother Teresa? Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Yeah, she was. Yeah, Mother Teresa was kind of fucked, wasn't she? I haven't really thought about that. I probably need to do like update my knowledge on Mother Teresa. I haven't really thought about her in a very long time. Obama praised Mandela too. Yeah, like all the Western leaders praised Mandela, and they do it because he was a terrorist against apartheid. That's the only reason they praise him, because he was anti-apartheid. Like, no, he was a murderous terrorist. Like, fuck him. Oh man, they should be back pretty soon here, chat. I don't want to do more than one story without my co-host. That's pretty much all I had. We can finally get out of India after this one. Mother Teresa died in atheist. There's something hilarious about that. By the way, chat, I don't have it because it only like I only saw it like less than an hour before the show started, but and it's not really like something that I would cover on the show anyway. But when Rosa's gone, it's just you and me, chat. We can just kind of shoot the shit. But in fact, this might actually be our last opportunity to do so because of Pay's new job. But there was a video that I don't know exactly who released it, but there was like this group of Catholic bishops that released a video like fully condemning the Trump-Vance regime's treatment of illegal immigrants or whatever. And the left was like all like praising them as like these, wonderful Catholics and stuff like that. And it just made me like roll my eyes. And I was like, you do understand that the two NGOs that are the most well-funded among all the NGOs that engage in human smuggling across South and Latin America into the USA are Catholic and Jewish charities. Like, it is a huge moneymaker for Catholic NGOs to smuggle people from Central and South America into the United States. Like, the Catholic Church are basically human traffickers, and they are well-funded in doing so. So the Catholic Church getting mad at Trump makes me think that Trump is doing, amongst a lot of bad things that he's been doing recently, like the Chinese student thing and the H-1B visa shit. That's a good one. Like, if Trump is pissing off all the global homo satanic Catholics out there, then he's doing something right. First black leader of South Africa, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Like, cause he did a bunch of time in prison, and then he became the president or whatever after he got out of prison. Yeah, whatever. Oh, the model stirs.
I'm back. My wife is with me. My room is an inferno.
Your room is an
She's gone
inferno.
Yeah. The AC's been set to heat the whole day. I forgot to set it back to cold this morning.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to go over the whole story again, but I covered the car bomb that killed like 12 people in India.
Holy shit.
Yeah. I could.
Where?
Yeah, so.
Is that?
This is like the aftermath. That's the one that blew up right there. It's just like, you can't even tell it's a car.
No, it's a casket.
Okay, 8 people dead and 20 more injured. But you can see how far the explosion got. Took out the rickshaws. You can get an idea, and then I'll show you the video. I'll show you the video of what. There's not like video of the actual explosion, but there is a video of it like off camera happening during this interview. That's
the Indian style video look like fucking AI. Go back and play it.
Does it really?
Look at it, look at it. No, I'm saying it looks like AI, the reaction. Look at it.
Does it? I don't know.
No, like, it just gives me AI vibes. But I think it's just because I've seen so many AI Indian videos.
Oh, dude, I have been getting fooled by AI videos a lot recently. Like, it's getting scary out there. But yeah, we went off on the whole thing about like how Gandhi was a bad guy who we have to deal with Pakistan because of Gandhi. And then I also threw Mandela under the bus as well because he deserves it. But that's besides the point. Okay, let's move on from India. Let's get the fuck out of India. And let's move into space. Let's go into space. Because we have updates. Who'd have thunk it? About 3i Atlas. It's still in the news. It's still doing shit. Yeah,
this morning I checked 3i Atlas. I was like, let me see what's in 3i Atlas news, because I saw one article saying that like it had exploded, and I was like, what the fuck? And then I looked up 3i Atlas news, and I swear to God, the top 3 news are AI Atlas broke into 3, AI Atlas. Wait, hold on. Let me go fucking look at the screenshot I sent you. Because, like, I looked at it and I was like, what the fuck do I even, like, make of this anymore?
Yeah, it's hard to follow it at this point.
The top 3 articles were, no, Comet 3i Atlas hasn't exploded, and no, that doesn't mean it's an alien spaceship. The next one is, 3i Atlas exploded? Scientists say the interstellar comet may have broken into 16 pieces. The next after that is, the mysterious interstellar object may have just exploded. Next after that is, did 3i Atlas just break up near the sun? And it's just like, fucking, like, did it or did it not explode? Which article do I look at? Who do I trust? I don't know what's going on anymore.
I looked into it, and I thought that this was the best article I could find that just lays it all out. So, let's see. It says, reports that interstellar comet 3i Atlas is breaking apart.
I appreciate that it opens with take a deep breath.
Yeah. Says its breaking apart have been greatly exaggerated, and radio signals received don't mean the object is an alien probe. In fact, quite the opposite is true. Every piece of evidence collected about 3i Atlas to date is consistent with a natural cometary origin. A highly weird comet, to be sure, but a comet nevertheless. And actually, that's really interesting and cool without needing the assistance of imaginary aliens to make it so. What is unusual about the comet is what it's made of. Observations with large telescopes reveal that it is a lot of nickel. I think that's the last thing we covered on it, was the composition had like a strange ratio of nickel to iron. A larger than usual proportion of carbon dioxide, and not a lot of common carbon chain molecules. It's also red and dusty, suggesting it has spent a long time being bathed in cosmic rays as it travels through space. It's traveling very fast, and a preliminary estimate based on early kinematic modeling suggests it could have formed as long as 11 billion years ago. Taken together, all these oddities combined into a comet unlike anything else in the solar system, tremendously exciting for planetary scientists and anyone else who likes space. But ever since it was discovered on the 1st of July, it's been dogged by rumors of alien pilots reconnoitering the solar system. What the fuck? Reconnoitering? I had never heard that word before.
Doing reconnaissance.
I guess. These could all be pretty much laid at the feet of one scientist, Harvard astrophysicist Enfant Terrible Avi Loeb, who has hitched his wagon to interstellar objects. First, One-Eye Oumuamua, now 3i Atlas, who Loeb eventually agreed was actually a comet. Loeb's arguments in favor of the alien probe theory for Atlas have been thoroughly rebutted in a blog post by astronomer Jason Wright of Penn State. It's worth reading, though, but Wright concludes succinctly, of Loeb's 10 anomalies, only 4 really have planetary scientists interested. the high nickel abundance, the extreme polarization, strange water abundance, and the rapid brightening. All of these are the sorts of anomalies one expects from a new kind of comet. The claim that 3i Atlas may be breaking apart also came from Loeb, who asserted that the amount of the material of the comet's tail when it emerged from behind the sun in early November indicated a mass loss rate too high for a comet of Atlas's size to maintain structural integrity. Actually, comets often break apart when they get near the sun. Sublimating ice erupting from the comet can pop it open like a champagne cork, or increase its spin, exerting centrifugal force that can cause it to fly apart. Sublimation being... that's when an object goes from a solid to a gas. So, like, when you stick a... You ever do the... Or see or do the thing where if you get, like, a block of, like, dry ice, which is essentially, like, solidified, frozen carbon dioxide, and you take a penny, and you stick it on the surface, it makes this sound. It makes it...
Penny's made of fucking copper, and copper, that's actually a really good video. I can actually demonstrate exactly what you're describing.
Yeah.
Give me a second. It won't take me very long to find.
But it causes the CO2 to sublimate, though, is my point. It goes from a solid to a gas. Let's see. Most other scientists disagree. As cometary scientist Qiusheng Zhang of Lowell Observatory in Arizona told Life Science, all the images I've seen show a fairly ordinary/healthy looking comet. There's no sign at all that the nucleus broke apart. You may also have heard some buzz about radio signals from the comet. Ooh.
I'm gonna send you a really good video that describes that showcases exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
Actually, is this the one where he uses the see-through one? It's not. That's alright.
Okay. Let's see.
Sorry, let me...
No, you may also have heard some buzz about radio signals coming from the comet. That comes from the Meerkat Radio Telescope Array in South Africa, which studied the comet on the 24th of October. On the one hand, this feels like a no-brainer. When you point a radio telescope at something, you're going to get data back. Okay,
go to the end of that last video I just sent.
Okay. Let me do this. Can I do this after the article?
Yeah, absolutely.
So on the one hand, this feels like a no-brainer. When you point a radio telescope at something, you're going to get data back in radio wavelengths. But on the other hand, sure, we can go into what it actually found. When a comet sublimates water ice, ultraviolet light from the sun can split the water molecules in the vapor into smaller constituents, namely the hydroxyl radical OH, a process called photodissociation. This produces radio absorption signals at 1665 millihertz or megahertz and 1667 megahertz. These signatures are what we see in solar system comets, and precisely what scientists expected to see in 3i Atlas as it grew nearer to the sun. And sure enough, that's just what scientists observed at the Meerkat observations of our interstellar visitor. We're still learning about 3i Atlas, but so far every data point is consistent with the comet. Just a really peculiar one. And as Canadian astronomer David Levy once pointed out, comets are like cats. They have tails, and they do precisely what they want. Even in the face of overwhelming evidence, you're still going to get a few people insisting their highly unlikely theory is plausible. And there's a lot of value in questioning scientific dogma. In this case, though, there's an overwhelming body of evidence supporting a cometary identity for Atlas, and not a lot more than sputtering, but otherwise. Make no mistake, scientists are going to continue to watch Atlas extremely closely as it zooms away out of the solar system. There may even be an opportunity for Jupiter probe Juno to take close observations when the comet zips past the gas giant in March. That would be tremendously exciting. Atlas is a comet that traveled through the interstellar space for billions of years to visit us from a whole other star. If that is not enough to impress you on its own, you need to rediscover your sense of wonder. So I thought this article did a good job. It's kind of like,
thank you.
Bringing everything back down to earth.
Yeah.
So, and it gives like a good summary, I feel like, of what's going on with it too. From a non-sensationalist point of view, which I think is much needed right now. And honestly, I feel like we're still gonna get news out of this because people are milking it, You know what I mean? I mean, we are. We've covered it like 4 times on this show now. But I think you're gonna start seeing things die down about it because it's on its way out, you know. And when it passes Jupiter, I think it's gonna be the next like big moment. And after that, it's basically just kind of over. So I still expect like sensationalism to happen, but I think it's going to start decreasing now. So that's the 3i Atlas updates I have. Okay. Let me move on. Let's move on to an archaeological mystery, shall we? This was actually, I think. Oh gosh, who gave this to me? It was one of you, chatters. Speak up, chat.
Wait! Watch the video scene. Watch the video scene.
Oh, that's right. This. I forgot about that. Reminded me. But this is what you.
I just got done making this
Do you want the end of this?
Yeah, near the end, right there. Right there.
Right here.
Yeah. So this is. I think that's dry ice. I think you go for the back. Go for the back.
Oh, from my perspective.
Or the back. Okay.
Yeah. So, essentially, he made this like copper press. That what it does is it basically, it turns ice into ice bowls because copper obviously is a really good insulator, and so when you just drop this heavy, that heavy like handle, right, on top of a chunk of ice, and the bottom of that handle is spherical. Obviously, the top of the base is spherical. It basically, from the weight of it alone, it presses the ice into a sphere, because the ice just melts wherever it's coming into contact with the copper.
Oh, okay.
But obviously, for dry ice, it doesn't quite do the same thing. Is this gonna load?
A little bit in here.
I had a pause.
And a little bit right there.
Because you were talking.
And we'll see if that does anything.
Yeah, can I get some water to kind of make it a little bit nicer?
That's dry ice that he's working with there.
Yeah, that is dry ice.
Yeah.
That sound, that like squeaking.
Yeah. That's the sublimation. Yeah.
Yep.
There's air coming up out of here. Or CO2, I guess.
CO2, yeah.
Yeah.
Not very much, but it's coming up.
And it creates a perfect little ball of CO2.
From my perspective, it looks
No, this doesn't really work very well.
Spherical.
Yeah.
But
anyway. It doesn't work very well with the dry ice, but if you want to see what it looks like when it's making the regular ice, go a little further back, you'll see it. It's pretty neat.
This is
right
there.
Go to like the peak of it.
Like right here.
Yeah, right there. See a little bit of ice. He just drops it in.
All right, here it
goes. It starts melting from its own weight.
Yeah.
You just drop that on it and let go.
Right.
And,
that really is cool that you can see what's going on in here. I know it's just melting ice, but it's nice to see. Oh yeah, there's water coming up out of here. Did you see that? There's definitely a lot of water coming out of there. More than I expected, actually.
This one's a little slower because it's not entirely made of copper. Because he wanted to put
There we go. That was quick.
The glass so you can see
Maybe
through it.
30 seconds.
Oh, okay.
You see the one next to it? It's like entirely copper.
Look
That
at
thing is heavy as
It
fuck.
never gets old.
He drops that on there and it takes like a few seconds. It just goes all the way down. It's crazy, but yeah, it's super cool.
I know some of you were pretty upset.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a perfect tumbler ice ball.
Yep.
Okay. Let us talk about an archaeological mystery. That mystery being the Band of Holes. So this is called it's just called the Band of Holes is what it translates to. Its name is actually Mont Sierpe. And what it is, it's like it's in the Andes Mountains, and it's like along this mountain ridge, like hundreds of years ago, there's like over 5,000 of these holes that were made in this long band. See this?
What the fuck?
Yeah. So this is like, you can see. It's just this super long band that just goes straight across. It's like a scar of holes, of thousands of holes.
It's like that's like a very deliberate line.
Right, exactly. It's absolutely a man-made thing. That just scars across this mountain ridge. And they've never really had an idea of like why, of like, because they knew it was man-made like pretty early on. It was man-made. They just never understood like the reason for it. But they think they do now. So hundreds of years ago, someone took great pains to carve thousands of holes into a long ridgetop strip of the Andean foothills. Just who built the structure known as Monte Sierpe and why has baffled the world since 1933, when the National Geographic Society published Robert Shippey's aerial photographs of the strange site. Now archaeologists think that they know the answer. An analysis of plant material found inside the holes suggested that it may have initially functioned as a market and later as an accounting system. There's a team led by archaeologist Jacob Bonkers, his name is Bonkers, of the University of Sydney in Australia. Why would ancient people make over 5,000 holes in the foothills of southern Peru? Were they gardens? Did they capture water? Did they have an agricultural function? We don't know why they are here, but we have produced some promising new data that yield important clues and support novel theories about the site's use. Humans don't tend to undertake major construction works unless there's a purpose. Monte Sierpe is a monumental work of landscape engineering. The long strip of holes measures 1.5 kilometers, or just under a mile long, and around 7 or 8 holes wide. It consists of some 5,200 holes excavated from the sediment, and deliberately reinforced at the sides using stones. It would have required significant planning and time, which leads to the obvious questions: who and why? Proposed explanations have ranged from gardening to fog collection. This is like more of a on-the-ground photograph look at the hole. So they're not like super deep. You know, they're only like a couple feet deep. Bongers and his colleagues built on previous work that proposed the site was used as a system of taxation by the Inca. The archaeologists conducted extensive fieldwork, mapping the site with drones and testing sediment samples inside the holes to determine which materials, if any, may have been placed there and how long ago. The Inca Empire moved into the region around 1400 CE, so scientists have been operating under the assumption that Monte Sierpe is an Inca site. However, the Inca culture wasn't the first to live there. Before their expansion into the region, the Chincha culture had lived there for hundreds of years. Radiocarbon dating of charcoal from one of the pits revealed it was deposited around 1320 to 1405, a timing that suggests the material predates the Inca. If so, it suggests the Chincha likely built and used the site well before the Inca arrived. Pottery fragments found on the surface support the same time frame. The most significant revelation, the researchers say, is the contents of the holes. Their microbotanical analysis of sediments from 19 holes yielded starch and pollen grains of maize. Amaranthaceae, the plant group that includes quinoa, spinach, beets, and chard. What the hell is chard? I don't know what chard is. Huidae, the grass subfamily that includes cereals such as oats, wheat, and barley, and cucurbita, squash. Other plant materials found included bulrush and willow species used in basket making. Taken together, these results suggest that the holes once contained food plants, held in the baskets used to transport them. This is very intriguing, Bunker says. Perhaps this was a pre-Inca marketplace, like a flea market. We know the pre-Hispanic population here was around 100,000 people. Perhaps mobile traders, like seafaring merchants and llama caravans, specialists like farmers and fisherfolk, and others were coming together at the site to exchange local goods such as corn and cotton. So I think they're saying that this was likely like a almost like a bartering trade area, where everybody would just come with what they had, put it into the hole, and then they could just walk along to the various holes and just like point at the things that they wanted and what they had to give them in return. That's kind of the idea that they're getting at here. It's like a marketplace.
Oh, pause. I have isn't this up on a fucking mountain ridge though?
Yeah, it is. But they lived up there. Well, it's not like at the top of the mountain. It's in the foothills.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, it's high up, but it's like this is the Andes Mountains. Like everywhere is high up.
Fair.
So, let's see. So they say, yet aerial and imagery of the site reveal the pattern that is not as apparent from the ground. The holes are arranged in blocks that the researchers say are remarkably similar to the Inca quipu, a knotted string counting device recovered from the same Andean valley. This suggests the later Inca repurposed the holes for tax collection, using them as a tribute register to ensure the appropriate levies were collected. Fundamentally, I view these holes as a type of social technology that brought people together and later became a large-scale accounting system under the Inca Empire. There are still many more questions. Why is the monument only seen here and not all over the Andes? Was Montsierpe a sort of landscape quipu? But we are getting closer to understanding this mysterious site. It is very exciting. The next step is a second phase of field work to collect more samples, date more of the pits, and study more of the local quipus to validate and build upon these fascinating findings. The research has been published in Antiquity. So they're getting closer, I guess, is the one line thing here.
Yeah.
But it's very normal too when we see like civilizations that come in afterwards and they repurpose existing monuments and structures and that kind of stuff. So, I mean, it makes sense. Now they just got to prove it. It was an Incan DMV. It was Viking who shared it. Thank you, Viking. Thank you. Let's see. I am Graham Helms. Oh no. Helmsman Hancock. Okay. That's the only archaeology story I have. Sorry. Let's move on to something a little bit more, shall we say, sensational. Which is this.
Oh, Chomadillo.
Is it a rock slide?
So this was a Chinese bridge, a a brand new bridge that had only been operating for a few months.
Oh my god.
Got destroyed by a landslide. Now, normally I would blame it on shoddy Chinese engineering, which is very easy to do, but this actually isn't a case of shoddy Chinese engineering. In fact, it actually worked exactly as intended because they had like a bunch of sensors to detect if a landslide was going to happen. And those sensors worked, and they were able to evacuate the bridge before the landslide took it out, and nobody died.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's actually like a marvel of Chinese engineering and not like... So crazy footage shows China's Hongqi Bridge collapsing months after opening. A 2,500-foot bridge partially collapsed in China following a landslide on the mountain where it was built. The Hongqi Bridge was only just completed earlier this year. It was part of a highway that links Sichuan and the nation's heartland with Tibet. So that's the video I just showed you. Harrowing video of the incident shows a landslide pounding rubble into the bridge with the span collapsing under the weight and impact. A portion of the bridge appeared to fall into the river that the bridge was built across. The destruction sent dust and debris flying across the mountains located in China's southwestern province of Sichuan. No casualties were reported. Local officials said police and Mayor King shut down traffic on Monday afternoon after noticing cracks on the nearby slopes and roads above the bridge. And they noticed those cracks because of the sensors that they put up. The conditions only got worse on Tuesday, leading to the massive landslide that took out the bridge, according to the local government. The Hongqi Bridge was completed earlier this year to create an easier connection between the Sichuan and Tibetan plateau. So pretty straightforward. Just a really amazing video, to be honest. I bet
That was crazy.
that sensors were built on stolen U.S. designs. Well, I mean, all you would really need are very, very basic. They're called seismophones. And like, if the do you know what the Nevada test site is?
Hmm.
So the Nevada test site is where they do like a bunch of like nuclear testing, shit like that. I actually spent a summer working there. And what I was doing is I was on a team that was recalibrating all of the seismophones that they had planted all around the site, for the very reason of detecting geological disturbances, right? It's not like new or revolutionary technology. So that's probably all they had. They probably just had like a series of seismophones just set up around the mountain, and then they just have, they're just tied remotely to detection centers. So like whenever they detect something, the line starts shaking. The classic earthquake line on the paper, on the scrolling paper, that classic thing.
Yeah.
That thing goes off, and they're like, oh shit, something's gonna happen. Close it down, evacuate, and then it all goes down. That's probably what it was. Like, so yeah, I mean, I don't really have like a ton of info on this. Just an interesting thing that happened with a sensational video attached to it. Okay. I have a very similar story. We got to go to plane news, because there's always plane news to talk about. Particularly this.
Whoa! That's half a plane!
Look at that beautiful double helix it's drawing.
Yeah. Sounds. Yeah.
So, what the hell was this? Well, it says it right there. Turkish military cargo plane C-130 crashed. If you know C-130s, they're pretty high altitude, because they're like surveillance planes.
Yeah.
The Turkish military plane with 20 on board crashes in Georgia. No, not the state here in America. Georgia, the country. A Turkish military cargo plane carrying 20 passengers and crew crashed in Georgia on its way home from Azerbaijan, the defense ministry said Tuesday. Our C-130 military cargo plane, which took off from Azerbaijan to return home, has crashed at the Georgia-Azerbaijan border. The ministry said in a statement, confirming there were 20 personnel on board, including the flight crew. Search and rescue operations were ongoing, it added. Dramatic footage circulating in Azerbaijani media appeared to show the plane spinning horizontally as it fell out of the sky, sending up a large cloud of black smoke after crashing. Footage said to be from the crash site purportedly showed the blackened wreckage burning as several bystanders watched in a field. Turkey's defense ministry asked the press not to publish images of the crash. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan said, I didn't know that was his full name. I always thought it was Erdogan. I always called him
That's
Erdogan.
funny.
I didn't know that said Turkey was
Did
working...
you guys know that the state of Georgia in the U.S. is more than 2 times the size of the country of Georgia?
Yeah, Villain is the one who said this to me. Thank you, Villain. It said the Georgian authorities to reach the wreckage, expressing sorrow for our martyrs, according to the Anadolu State News Agency. In a post on X, Azerbaijan's President Ilham Aliyev extended his condolences to the Turkish leader. Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan also spoke by phone with his Georgian counterpart.
The state also has a larger population. Sorry.
You're fine.
Continue. I was just curious. I was thinking about it, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah. That's the country of Georgia. And I thought about it. I was like, isn't it weird that there's technically kind of like 2 countries in the world named Georgia? Because it's Georgia in America is a state, but like each state is they're like their own little countries.
Yeah,
really
kind
think
of.
about it. We all have our own laws and our own,
Yeah.
We're ruled by one overarching, government, right? But like federal government, but we all have our own state stuff, We're all
Yeah.
little countries, and I was like, I wonder how our Georgia compares to the other Georgia, and our Georgia is bigger.
Oh yeah.
Therefore,
Well,
our Georgia's better.
the country Georgia is a pretty. I think is it. Maybe Chuck can correct me on this, but I think it's literally the newest country in the world.
No,
Like, I think it was very recently formed. I want to say. Might be wrong about that, but I could have swore that it was a pretty new country. Let's see. Where I am. Georgian let's see. Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan also spoke by phone with his Georgian counterpart Maka Boshorishvili about the search and rescue operations. The ministry said in the statement. Georgia's Interior Ministry. What?
So okay, hold on. So this is a bit of a you've asked me a question, and now I have found the answer, and the answer is confusing. The answer is yes. Okay, the United Kingdom of Georgia was first established in the 11th century.
Oh, okay.
Reaching its height between the 10th and 13th centuries. After periods of foreign domination, including by the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union, Georgia has declared independence on April 9th, 1991, following the collapse of the Soviet Union, which makes modern independent nation of Georgia only 34 years old as of 2025.
Right.
It's younger than you are, technically.
It is, yeah.
But it's also technically older than all of us combined.
Right. I guess like the current state of Georgia, kind of like how like I don't know, like Romania wasn't always Romania, or like what's now left of Yugoslavia. You know, these like new states that form after like the dissolution of Yugoslavia, stuff like that. But yeah, it's very, very young country. South Sudan is the newest, barely even 10 years old. Oh, okay, you got me, NDA. NDA is on it. He's always fact checking me. Georgia's let's see. Georgia's Interior Ministry confirmed the plane went down in the Signagi area, about 5 kilometers from Georgia's state border with Azerbaijan. Oh my God! Georgia's Sakharon Vigatsia Air Traffic Control Service said that the plane had disappeared from radar shortly after entering Georgian airspace, and that it had been alerted to the crash by emergency services. I hear a kitty.
That was Jin.
Aww.
He win.
So that's pretty much the story there. That's the story. There's no commentary here.
That was cool though.
That was fair enough. Another one of those like plane crashes though, where it's like this is like a horrible because it's like it's not enough time to like accept your death, but it's also not fast enough for you to react to it. Like this is like the worst kind of plane crash to be a part of.
Yeah.
So okay, this is one that Pay sent me. So and I could use I could use a reading break, so I will let you go with this one.
Enough to make a grown man cry. Ardmore landlord's traumatic discovery leads to arrests. Is there a video?
Yes.
Just the condition of the home itself wasn't sanitary at all. I mean, you've got mice running around, you've got mice feces as well, cockroaches everywhere, on top of the dog feces and urine.
Now to a story you only hear here on 48. 2 women in Ardmore were recently arrested on charges of animal abuse and child neglect following an eviction last week.
Yeah, we spoke to the homeowner who is renting that house to the women. 48 Sarah Grace Kennedy joins us live outside the home. And Sarah Grace, she tells you that she could tell right away that a lot had been happening inside that home.
Right, Katie Capley rented her home out to Monica Tucker and Evelyn Hill. Now, Hill has 2 small children. The eviction process started back in July after Capley tells me that they stopped paying rent. She got the court's permission last Wednesday to remove that family, but she could have never imagined that when she opened the doors to her own home that it would be left in such a state of disrepair.
Definitely a major hoarding situation. Going through the living room, I didn't expect to find what we did find in the back bathroom.
Oh my God, you've got to be kidding me right now.
Katie Capley of Ardmore found 5 dogs stacked in cages in that bathroom, along with several cats locked in cages upstairs. Limestone County deputies tell us that all of those animals were suffering from severe malnourishment and neglect.
The neglect alone was enough to make a grown man cry, honestly. I mean, It was sad.
Capley tells me that the house sustained significant damage from Monica Tucker and Evelyn Hill, who started renting the home 3 years ago. Capley now has to replace the flooring throughout the house due to dog feces. She's also having to gut the kitchen because of a mold-inducing leak. Additionally, all appliances, including the fridge and stove, had to be discarded because of a mice and cockroach infestation.
When restoration got here and started saying, hey, you know, we're gonna have to gut this room and gut that room, it was kind of like, whoa. Kind of put it in perspective of how bad it was.
Capley tells me that her insurance is only paying about 1/3 of the flooring in the home, as well as some of the mold damage in the kitchen caused by a sink leak. Capley tells me that what really breaks her heart the most is the condition that the 2 young children were living in.
It's definitely took a mental toll on all of us involved. It's just something that you see on TV, like true crime kind of deal, with the amount of neglect that was involved. It's been really hard to take that in and think about the kids and the animals.
That's the story.
God. Let's keep reading. Blah, blah, blah. The homeowner more speaking out after discovering her rental property in a deplorable state, as we all saw, leading to the arrest of her former tenants on charges of animal abuse and child neglect. The shocking discovery was made last Wednesday after Katie finally gained court permission to evict the family. She'd rented her home to Monica Elizabeth Tucker and Evelyn Rose Hill, which I presume it has to be like a mother and daughter.
That's what it looked like.
It looked like an older lady and like a younger lady.
Yeah, it looked like a mother
Eviction
and daughter.
process began in July. 2 reportedly stopped paying rent. Kate was not prepared for the horrific conditions that awaited her inside. First, initially came for the eviction, I saw a mouse run across the top window, Capley said. I was like, that's not a good sign if there's mice in the home. Entering the home, Capley described the scene as a hoarder situation. The home was severely unsanitary, with mice and cockroaches rampant, alongside dog feces and urine. The most distressing discovery was made in the back room, in the back bathroom, where Capley found 5 dogs stacked in cages. Upstairs, several cats were found locked in crates. Like, what the fuck?
Jesus.
Like, what is it with hoarders also being like animal abusers, like every single time?
Serial killer behavior.
Fuck, man. Like, why do they always? It's like, yeah, I can't take care of myself, so I'm gonna have kids and get pets.
Yeah,
are you retarded? God. But anyways, Limestone County deputies later confirmed that all the animals were suffering from severe malnutrition and neglect. Neglect is enough to make a grown man cry. To be said, I mean, honestly, it was sad. Hill has 2 small children who were living in that home. Capley said what breaks her heart the most is the condition those 2 children were living in. It definitely took a mental toll on all of us involved. I just read all that. We just watched all that, sorry. Property sustained significant damage. Extensive repairs, including replacing all the flooring, contamination from dog feces, kitchen. God, it's so much dog shit that you have to replace the flooring. You can't just wash it out. It's
they
insane.
also said like there's like urine everywhere too, and like the urine will really do it.
Yeah, also
like,
soaks into the fucking
Yeah, I remember like when I was house hunting back in the day. One of the houses I got shown basically had like all the flooring ripped up because of cat urine. And they had to like redo all of the floors. Like it was that bad.
Jesus Christ. The kitchen needs to be completely gutted because of a mold-inducing leak, and appliances, including the refrigerator and stove, had to be discarded due to severe mouse. Like, how bad of a fucking infestation do you have that you can't clean it out? You have to toss it. That's insane. That's so gross to think about. That's so incredibly disgusting to think about. Ugh. Her insurance is only covering about 1/3 of the flooring cost. That's fucked up. And some of the mold damage.
Know why?
Traumatic experience. Why?
Because the insurance doesn't cover wear and tear over time. That's why.
I see.
Yeah, insurance will only like get triggered if there's like a flood event or something like that. I mean, honestly, they're lucky they got that 1/3 because a lot of this is like they won't cover damage from cat urine because that's something that you should be mitigating yourself. You have full control over, and it's like a damage over time kind of thing. And again, insurance doesn't cover damage over time. So
if you're renting, like, isn't there like renter's insurance? It's like separate from regular home insurance.
Well, the renter's insurance will only cover the renter's actual stuff. It won't cover the flooring. Like, all of, like, the walls and floors, like, the actual bits, like, physical bits of the house itself, that is insured from the actual owner of the house. Renter's insurance is something that the renters have insurance for, and it's like...
Sorry, I guess what I meant was, not renter's insurance like what you get when you rent, but like when you're how do I put this? How do I word this? Is so fucking English.
Like landlord insurance?
When you're the person who... That's what I mean. Like when you're the person who's actually, like, renting the place out, not the person who is,
I don't
living
know.
there, but the person who owns the
I would
house.
assume there is. I mean, I figured that there's insurance. I mean, if you have enough money, you can insure practically anything, I'd imagine. So I imagine that, yes, that is like a risk that property owners who rent, carry. So with risk comes potential for insurance. So I would be surprised. It doesn't sound like they had that, though. So.
Yeah. She's now warning. Specs uses influencer to never rent her home out again. Yeah, I wouldn't either. She's now warning other landlords to conduct more frequent inspections despite challenges with tenant access. Definitely do more inspections, Kipley said. We tried there for a while. She denied us access to the home. It sucks to know that tenants have a little bit more rights than a homeowner in certain situations. It's very disheartening to us because it is a beautiful home. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
That they can just deny you entry into your own home because
if you're looking to be have to own an investment property that you rent or whatever, that's like a private renter, you need to like really do your homework as to like what state you buy that in, because if you want to stay away from any state that like has like a lot of like squatters' rights and shit like that, like in California or Washington, places like that. Like, just do not buy, houses as investment properties in those states, because they are extremely like in the court of the renters, like in the, they are like totally on the renter's side, even if they're like illegitimate. But like squatters' rights becomes a problem, etc., etc. Just be really careful about what state you buy that home in. So yeah, that's disgusting. Okay, let's move on to one of the more provocative things in the thumbnail.
Alrighty. Adolf Hitler may have had a micropenis and just one ball, DNA analysis shows. Adolf Hitler has long been rumored to have had just one ball, but also possibly a micropenis, according to new DNA analysis. The Nazi dictator is believed to have had a hidden genetic disorder known as Kallmann syndrome, which can thwart the development of sexual organs, according to a stunning new documentary analyzing his biological makeup. The condition, which can also inhibit the normal progression of puberty, means Hitler had a 1 in 10 chance of having a micropenis. Well, that's significantly lower chance than I expected.
I think it's like
by the title.
Yeah, well, how do they? I'm just curious how they derive this.
Micropenis is defined as a phallus measuring less than 2 inches. If he was to look at his own genetic results, he would have almost certainly have sent himself to the gas chambers, said Professor Turi King, the lead geneticist on the study. Okay, so this is just this is stupid. This is just a classic
bait
like
and switch.
No, not a bait and switch, but more so this is a classic scenario of like, we have nothing better to do, so we're going to...
it's talking about because that was my main thing. Like, where the hell did they get DNA of Hitler from? And it's about to talk about it.
Findings have been laid bare in a Channel 4 documentary, Hitler's DNA: Blueprint of a Dictator, that will air on Saturday and will be later published in a scientific journal. Such a waste of money. So the research zeroed in on a DNA profile created from a sample of a blood-stained piece of fabric that a U.S. Army colonel cut from the sofa where Hitler killed himself in Berlin bunker in 1945.
This is it. This is like the opposite of the Shroud of Turin.
He could have had the most boring genome on the planet, King said. adding, "But he didn't. The apparent discovery only adds the previously reported sexual issues that have dogged the tyrant." In a 1923 medical report on Hitler, which was only unearthed in 2015, indicated the Nazi had just one testicle, lending credence to a World War II-era song, "Hitler Has Only Got One Ball," that mocked the maniacal leader's manhood.
It's very on-the-nose title.
Wait, go back. Look at her. Look at her.
It's a Karen.
Yep, that's the face of the woman that did this research.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yep. Color me incredibly unsurprised. What a complete waste of a degree. Meanwhile, King, whose career milestones include identifying the remains of Britain's King Richard III, acknowledged many would be alarmed by or wary of the findings, admitting she agonized over whether she should get involved when approached by the documentary. Oh, no, you fucking didn't. But it will be done at some point, and we want to make sure it's done in extremely measured and rigorous fashion. Also, to not do it puts him on some sort of pedestal, she said. What?
Don't worry about pedestalizing Hitler. The History Channel does it every day.
The genetics can in no way excuse what he did.
I always say that like the History Channel, the logo was just the letter H. That letter stands for Hitler, not history. Like, it's like 90% of the programming is about World War II.
Oh.
It's World War II or aliens built the pyramids. That's late at night. That's what you get on the History Channel.
That's funny.
Like,
it's funny and it's cool, but also it's like yes, there's a 1 in 10 chance we got him. It's like,
yeah, this is very much like research for research's sake, you know.
God, what a waste of money. Like, congratulations, the man who's been dead for almost a fucking century.
Yeah.
You got him. You finally got him. Are you happy now?
Hitler has a micro penis. Fucking got him. Like,
it's like, yeah, it's okay. That's your life. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what you want to be known for.
Good for you.
Fucking pathetic, dude.
Okay. More than 300 ostriches shot dead by firing squad on Canadian farm after bird flu allegations. More than 300 ostriches were shot dead by a firing squad in Canada late Thursday, ending a months-long standoff that drew in U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and New York billionaire John Catsimatidis, who had begged officials to spare the birds. The mass killing unfolded at Universal Ostrich Farms in Englewood, British Columbia, hours after the Supreme Court of Canada refused to block a federal order to cull the flock following an avian flu outbreak. You know what this sounds like? This sounds like Peanut all over again. Remember Peanut, the squirrel?
Yeah.
The squirrel that actually might have helped Trump get elected.
Dude, what is it with, like, the people on the fucking left being like, yeah, the bird flu, ah! It's like, you're okay. You're okay. We stopped fucking restricting fucking eggs in America over the quote-unquote bird flu.
You know that,
Is there a bird flu outbreak among humanity? Among humans? No, it's almost like bird flu mainly affects birds.
You know that there's still, like, leftist subreddits that are dedicated to mask culture, like COVID-era mask culture?
That's so funny.
Yeah. Yeah, like I totally man, like the left is like terrified of disease. Like they have like zero trust in their own immune systems. But
that's so fucking funny, dude. Meanwhile, the Indians are rubbing fucking shit in it.
Yeah, right.
Right, and they're doing great. Their skin look good.
Yeah, right. Let's see. Canada apparently snubbed its neighbor to the south by refusing to spare the 330 giant birds to be used for research purposes. Oh, what kind of research, I wonder? There's the farm. That's a real fuck you to everyone in the United States, Catsimatidis told the Post last month. Something smells. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency ordered the culling to curb the spread of the avian flu after an outbreak at the farm last winter killed 69 ostriches. But a spokeswoman for the farm has insisted that the rest of the flock remained healthy. Kennedy and Catsimatidis had spent weeks urging Ottawa to halt the slaughter, arguing the birds were healthy and could aid in research on natural immunity to the virus. Whoa, whoa, whoa! They were birds? Wait a minute. So, these birds existed for research on the bird flu. And as they were killed and culled over suspicion of getting the flu. Like, seems to me like that's what they were designed to do. Like, what? Oh my god. Okay, ostriches can live up to 50 years, providing all birds, like, birds all live way longer than you would think. Ostriches can live up to 50 years, providing the opportunity for future insights into immune longevity associated with the H5N1 virus. Kennedy, who owns a pet emu. What? RFK Jr. owns a pet emu? Okay. Okay.
I would not. Fuck you, Australia.
Why would you? Yeah, right. But like, that can't be a good pet, though, can it? Because emus and like are assholes. They're headbutting assholes. Wrote in a May 23rd letter to the CFIA, co-signed by National Institutes of Health Director Jay Bhattacharya and Food FDA boss Martin Makary. The indiscriminate destruction of entire flocks can have significant consequences, including the loss of valuable genetic stock that may help explain risk factors for bird flu mortality, the letter said. This may be important for future agricultural resilience. So they basically just killed off this whole farm that existed to essentially build resistance amongst the animal population towards the bird flu.
Sadly, reportedly, the bodies of the ostriches were taken to a pharmaceutical company. A blue truck that had been at the farm was seen in the parking lot of a pharma company.
What?
Up next, H5N1, a new disease spreading across the world. Everyone put your mask back on and go back into lockdown while we do what we do.
Because it doesn't have anything to do from the H5N1 research facility that a bunch of birds were taken to recently. I'm sure it's because an emu escaped or whatever and fucked a porcupine or something like that. Let's see. This may be witnesses said CFIA trucks and SUVs rolled into the Edgewood property around 6 p.m. local time Thursday. Men in protective suits carried equipment into the pens, and as supporters outside prayed and shouted for the birds. Minutes later, the sound of gunfire echoed across the farm. Jesus. Farm supporter Janice Tyndall, 72, said she listened to the gunfire intermittently for a couple hours before she couldn't stomach it anymore and left the scene. Oh, so they had the same problems the Australians had. But it took them a couple hours to do this. And so they're like in this pen. So they're like sitting ducks. And yet, let's see. The farmer from Salmon Arm, about 125 miles north of Edgewood, said she was back in her car near the property around midnight when she heard the shooting start again. I'm thinking, they're still shooting? How could they still be shooting? Again, look up the Emu Wars of Australia. She described the sounds as a mix of lower bangs and others higher, like somebody with a high-powered rifle. Police officers secured the area and closed the road during the cull, saying their presence was needed for safety due to weeks of threats and intimidation towards CFIA agents and contractors. According to a police news release, the RCMP did not otherwise take an active role in the cull. Staff Sergeant Chris Clark, who was on site Thursday, said that the operation was temporarily halted for security reasons during a police shift change. With our oversight of safety protocols, no one was injured during the dynamic portion of the CFIA operation, and no arrests were made, he said. The critics have all this wrong. The Canadian government was just letting the ostriches become part of the Canadian Assisted Suicide Program. Those of you who mistakenly criticize them for this and other issues can contact your local government official on how to become part of the program. I hear there are openings that are not necessarily voluntary. Oh, man. Dude, Canada isn't a real country. I swear to God.
It's fucking wild, dude.
Yeah, Canada is such a fucked up country. They're the first post-national country, chat. Remember that? Remember when Trudeau declared Canada to be like the post-national? So they're like a non-country country? Because they're like, all for like the globalists, the global homo, flood everything, flood infinity, Bimanis from the third world in kind of policy. Oh, Faye. I saw some speculation it was done so the pharma companies could get the genomes of the ostriches for themselves so that they can patent it and make money. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised at all. There is no evil I can think of that I don't think that any member of Big Pharma would stoop to for money. Yeah. Male Umas are very affectionate. Females are dangerous except for the one person they like. Oh, okay. I would have thought it'd be the other way around. Okay. Okay, let's shift gears. I'm going to talk to you about an event that happened back in the 90s. And then I'm going to talk to you about why I'm talking about this event from the 90s. An event... And I'm sure, I bet, because we have a very informed chat. I swear to God, props to chat. We have, one of the most well-informed, knowledgeable chats, ever. But I'm going to talk a little bit. Oh, it's not loading. Why isn't it loading? That's stupid. There. The Siege of Sarajevo. So the Siege of Sarajevo took place during the Bosnian War. So this is during the dissolution of Yugoslavia. So this was basically the Serbians versus the Bosnians. And Sarajevo is this Serbian city. And the Bosnian Serb forces, back in 1992, surrounded the city and basically laid siege to it for something like 4 years. So it's the longest siege in modern European history through the 20th century, followed by the 872-day Nazi siege of Leningrad during World War II. So before fighting broke out in Bosnia and Herzegovina in April 1992, Bosnian Serbs constructed reinforced artillery positions in the hills overlooking Sarajevo, reasoning that if they could crush the resistance there, they might crush it everywhere. Once the conflict began, they occupied the positions in some of the city suburbs and imposed a total blockade, denying Sarajevo food, power, and water. Although far better armed than the militia defending the city, Serbian forces lacked the numbers to storm it, so they settled in to pound it into submission. The militia, despite superior numbers, lacked the weapons to break the siege. It became a contest of endurance. Serb artillery inflicted great damage. On average, more than 300 shells struck Sarajevo every single day. Imagine living in a city that's getting hit by 300 artillery shells every single day for 4 years.
Jesus.
That's fucking an absolute hell on earth. Targets such as schools, hospitals, and homes were not spared. Nearly every building in the city was damaged. Snipers added to the dangers, and this is the part that's important. Snipers added to the dangers, and nowhere in the city was safe. Sarajevo became near to starvation before the UN, in control of the international airport, organized humanitarian relief in what became the largest airlift in world history, involving more than 12,000 flights in more than 20 countries. A tunnel, completed in mid-93, connected city and airport, allowing supplies through, but malnutrition became a serious problem. In the winter, the elderly perished in unheated homes. The shelling infuriating world opinion, notably 2 devastating attacks on the city's busy Makarli market. In the first of these attacks, 68 Sarajevans died and 142 were wounded, while in the second, 43 died and 84 were wounded. In May 1996, NATO launched airstrikes against Bosnian Serb troops, eventually forcing them to accept the Dayton Accords, which lifted the siege that, all told, killed an estimated 11,540 people in the city, including at least 500 children. In November 2017, the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia in The Hague sentenced the commander of the Bosnian Serb forces, Ratko Mladic, to life imprisonment for war crimes. So, why am I telling you about this event in world history? Why? Sarajevo is pronounced with the Y where the J is. So Sarajevo. Okay, Sarajevo. Thank you, villain.
Yeah, I was like half zoning out while you're reading this. I was like, why are we talking about this?
Okay, so the reason I'm talking about this now, The reason I talked about this is because of this. Italy has opened sniper tourism Bosnian war crimes probe. So 3 decades after the siege of Sarajevo, Italian prosecutors are investigating sniper tourists who allegedly paid money to shoot at civilians in the city. Remember I mentioned how snipers were like a big threat besides the artillery shells? Yeah.
Yeah.
More than 3 decades after the siege of Sarajevo, Italian prosecutors have launched an investigation into what may be one of the darkest and least known aspects of the Bosnian War, which ran from 92 to 95. The investigation centers on so-called hobby snipers or sniper tourists. These were foreigners who allegedly paid to shoot at civilians in the city of Sarajevo during what were called the Sarajevo Safaris. Sarajevo Safaris. At the time, Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia and Herzegovina, was besieged by Bosnian Serb forces, which is what we just talked about. The investigation was initiated after Italian journalist Ezio Gavazzini and 2 lawyers handed a 17-page file on the events to Milan's Attorney General's office. Gavazzini first became interested in the topic after reading about it, around 30 years ago. Speaking to Western Balkans cable news channel N1, Gavazzini explained that a 2022 documentary, Sarajevo Safari, by Slovenian director Miran Zupanic, had rekindled his interest and sparked his most recent investigations. So this has been like a suspicion ever since this siege happened. And it's gaining more traction now to the point where the Italians are actually opening up direct investigations into the allegations.
Waiting for his reaction to who these foreigners were. I have a guess.
So far, Italian prosecutors have not named any names, but they could do so soon. Gavazzini says he was in touch with individuals, including a member of the Bosnian Secret Service, who talked about Italian sniper tourists who came to the mountains around Sarajevo to shoot civilians. Milan's public prosecutor has apparently passed the investigation on to the anti-terrorism unit of the Italian Police's Special Operations Group, or ROS. Italy is the first country to launch such an investigation. In the film Sarajevo Safari, Bosnian military intelligence officer Edin Subasic talks about how foreigners paid to shoot civilians from the mountains surrounding the city. He describes interrogating a captured Serbian in 1993, who confirmed that there were sniper tourists. During a nighttime drive through Serb-controlled territory, the Serbian, who was 20 years old at the time and who'd volunteered to fight, said he noticed 5 foreigners on the same bus who were treated better and who were very well equipped. 3 were Italian, the Serb said, including 1 person from Milan. The other 2 didn't say where they were from. Subasic claims these passengers were not paid to fight. They'd paid to shoot civilians on what Subasic describes as a human safari. On Bosnian public television, FTV, Subasic said he had more information about the Italians involved. The names of some of the perpetrators were found, and further investigation could shed light on how the travel, the payment, and the return of the participants were organized. FTV also reported on a special price list, depending on whether the foreign shooters' targets were men, women, pregnant women, or children.
Jesus.
Yeah. The inhabitants of Sarajevo used to call them the weekend Chetniks, referring to Serbians who came to positions surrounding the besieged city on the weekends. Chetnik was the catch-all description for Serbian ultra-nationalists. Zemil Hodzik was just 10 years old when his brother Amel, then 16, was killed in 93 by a snajper, the Bosnian term that borrows from the English word sniper. Today, Hodzik heads Sniper Alley.
Sniper.
Snajper.
There's no J. It's just Y.
That's a J, though.
Yeah, but they pronounce their J's as Y's.
Oh,
Sniper.
Sniper. Okay. Today, Hodzik heads Sniper Alley, a photo project in which he collects images from world-renowned war photographers who were there and uses these to document life under siege. We know about mercenaries and volunteers from Russia and Greece, as well as from the Serbian diaspora, Hodzik told DW. German photojournalist Peter Kollmann has talked about meeting Serbs who came from Germany for just 2 days to, so they claim, defend their country. They arrived on Fridays after work and returned late on Sunday so that they could be back at work on Monday. So they basically just they're basically
wild.
just like weekenders who would just like shoot to kill people for fun on the weekends and then go back to work on Monday. Like,
that's wild.
What an insane like time and place, you know? Nobody knows whether these individuals were paid to do this or whether they paid to be there. But Hodzik says that they left a bloody trail on the streets of Sarajevo. During the siege of the city, more than 11,000 people were killed, including around 1,061 children. The Bosnian War claimed over 100,000 lives altogether. Analyzing casualty figures suggest that snipers were responsible for between 300 and 350 deaths in Sarajevo. Mirsad Tokaka, director of the Research and Documentation Center in Sarajevo, told DW. Almost all of the victims were civilians, he added. Although there is no precise data on the number of snipers who came from abroad to fight, the involvement of foreign mercenaries in the Bosnian Serb forces is well documented, Tokaka points out. Our database lists around 300 people from Greece, Russia, Ukraine, and other countries who fought in the Serbian army. Should the existence of sniper tourists be verified, the Italian investigations could lead to the first trials of European citizens involved in war crimes outside of formal military organizations, albeit with the knowledge of the Bosnian Serb forces. So, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so this just got started, like, with Italy. So it'll be years before we have a chance of knowing even like one name. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but it is a very, very, very interesting state of affairs, I have to say. And it piqued my interest for sure. So, that's all I had on this one. I'm trying to think. I guess I'm just kind of like blown away, but just like having to deal with shellings that can hit literally anywhere. You know what I mean? And it's not like Israel, who has the Iron Dome, you know? Like, it's just wide open. Like, for 4 years, they had to live under these conditions. Like, that is just fucking nightmare, hell on earth. So, and to think that, like, all these people from all these other countries would just come in and just take pot shots at civilians, you know, for fun on the weekends. It's just, Jesus, man. I actually want to track down this documentary and watch it now. The Sarajevo Safari. But besides that, I don't really have.
It's fucked up though.
Yeah, it's really fucked up. I'm really curious if this is going to actually, like, because I mean, you're talking about a war zone, so like the chaos of war is going to create. It's going to be. I feel like they got a really uphill battle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To try to nail people down for this. I have a feeling that they're probably going to be able to verify that it was real, but actually getting people, individual people, that's going to be difficult, I feel like. But we'll see in a couple years. Okay, let's move back into the United States for the next one, where the Olympics have set to ban all transgender athletes for Los Angeles Olympics 2028.
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! It's in LA?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
Oh my god! No, I didn't know that. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Oh my god!
Yeah, Los Angeles was selected like way back in like 2020, I think. Because they selected like almost a decade in advance, because a lot of the places that's like LA is one of the few places that already has the infrastructure for it. A lot of the places, in fact, most of the places they pick don't have the infrastructure.
Wait, pause. Before we read this, can I please look at that one on the side where I want to see that fucking big fat Jew boy get fucking made fun of on
this guy?
On yes. I want to see crybaby Jew boy get made fun of on TV.
You want to cover that next?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to cover it now.
You want to cover it now? Okay, we'll do this.
Now.
I'll let you read it since you're the one who's so interested.
Dave Portnoy's 22-year age gap relationship with girlfriend Cameron Dialoya is trolled by fan with brutal sign on live TV. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Typical Jews. I'm telling you, chat. The history of Earth is just a war between the Jews and the Muslims fighting for who gets to rape the most kids. Dave Portnoy poked fun at his own 22-year age gap after being trolled by a wild sign during Fox's Big Noon Kickoff show on Saturday. The Barstool founder was on a chair in Chicago ahead of Michigan in Northwestern's showdown at Wrigley Field, but he caught a stray when a fan held up a homemade message aimed squarely at him. The sign carried a picture of Portnoy in the caption, "In 1999." It showed the TV personality graduating from college, and then a second image. Dave's GF was quite simply a sperm. Damn! Taking the troll in his stride, Portnoy pictured himself up on a Dax, commenting, "Total fucking lie, she was one."
Jeez. I mean, it is smart of him to lean into it like this, though. Like, it's smart.
To be fair, it's hard to tell whether or not he's actually leaning into it. Actually being like, actually, she was one. It's really hard to tell with fucking Dave. It really is hard to tell. I don't know. This might have been serious. This might have not been him trolling.
You got a point there.
Or like taking the stride. This is like, it is very well up his alley. Like, I don't know, man. If he finds whoever put up that sign, if he finds them, he might send them to fucking Germany. You never know. You never know, man. You never know with Dave. But go down.
There's a sign. You know what? The best instances of this happening is at wrestling events, because fans get to bring in their own signs, and fans know where the cameras are, and they know where like the main camera is.
Yeah.
Like, there's a main camera that always captures the action from like a specific camera angle, so they know where to sit to be in the right frame. And sometimes there are some fucking spicy banger signs that get lifted in the middle of matches. And it's phenomenal.
God, that's great. Look at his face. Look at his fucking face.
He is seething.
Look at his face. He's mad.
Yeah, he's mad.
He is ass mad.
The fuck is his shirt?
That is a very pretty lady, to be fair.
Take the makeup off and see what it's like.
Probably still a very pretty lady. I think.
Probably.
It was while telling that story that he confirmed her name for the first time when asked by his podcast co-host whether he was on the boat with his mother. But I said no. Originally, it was myself and Cam, a girl I'm dating. Wait, what's this? Did we skip stuff? Did we skip stuff?
I think we skipped stuff. Oh, we skipped this. Just like his history.
They sat together, courtside together, playoff game 2 months later. The Portnoy told a hilarious story about their pair getting stranded on a boat off the coast. And I don't give a fuck about the story. We can move on.
Okay.
I just wanted to see his ass face.
Okay.
Being ass mad. He's funny.
Okay, back to the story. Olympics set to ban all transgender athletes for Los Angeles 2028, but Roe rages over whether those would, with Iman Khalif's reported condition, will be able to compete. Do you know who Iman Khalif is?
Iman Khalif, isn't it the boxer?
Yes, correct. A ban on transgender women competitors is strongly expected to be in place for the 2028 Olympics, but it remains unclear if there will be barriers against athletes with differences of sexual development. After the boxing furor at Paris 2024. Dude, the Paris Olympics were a fucking shit show of controversies.
Yeah.
Under the existing rules, each sport is empowered to decide if transgender women can compete if their testosterone levels fall below a designated threshold. But the International Olympics Committee, under new president Christy Coventry, is in discussions about a dramatic policy shift that would impose a blanket ban across the sports for the Los Angeles Games. Such a move would prevent the kind of hysteria that saw Laurel Hubbard contest the weightlifting at the Tokyo Olympics in 2021. Hubbard transitioned in 2012. Yeah, this is Hubbard. That's basically winning the gold for female weightlifting. Like, female.
Insane.
Like, did this guy do absolutely nothing except say that he transitioned? And that's it? Like, there's clearly no effort here. Let's see. While Olympic sources have confirmed that such a measure is very much the direction of travel, it is highly unlikely to come into force before the Winter Olympics in Italy next February. One report suggested that a rule change could be announced in February, but insiders estimate it might take between 6 months and a year for it to be approved and cleared. The move would be seen as a box ticked by Coventry, who campaigned to protect the female category on her way to winning the presidential election earlier this year. Look, man, I would have... She looks like a Karen, but she's actually based. Although the bar to be based these days is in hell, so...
Yeah.
It would also avoid any awkward flashpoints with Donald Trump at the build-up to the LA Olympics. I was going to ask about that. I wonder if because it's happening in the United States. You know what I mean? And, like, the direction of the United States is very, very, very rapidly going against the trans stuff. And after all the controversy in Paris the last time, they probably just don't want to deal with any of that shit anymore.
Yep.
In February, the U.S. president signed an executive order to prevent transgender women from competing in female sport. Such has been the focus on this area that a presentation was delivered by the IOC Medical Health and Science Director, Dr. Jane Thornton, to members in Lausanne last week, which included a science-based review around trans and DSD issues. The fact that we have to waste so much time and money and research, etc., for what is just like common sense that like you just know naturally is the case is like
if you ask any mountain man out in the fucking wilderness,
like they know
he knows the answer.
And he doesn't have to do. You can spend $0 and 0 time figuring out the answer by just asking the mountain man. Like,
like,
I would assume it should be closer to J.K. Rowling politically than base. Yeah, that's probably true. Let's see. He denied that any decision has been made on either front, and it is understood that there has not yet been a presentation to the executive board, which next convenes in December.
Do you want something to drink, baby? Damn, you ate that soup.
Wait, delicious. Can I have a soda?
I was actually coming to ask you if you wanted a Sprite cranberry.
Sprite cranberry?
Want a Sprite cranberry?
I just saw a picture of LeBron just a little bit. So yeah, I'll take a Sprite cranberry.
Want a Sprite cranberry?
Yeah, I'll take a Sprite cranberry.
It's the
I'm not dog. Stop doing that.
thirstiest time of the... You're kidding.
Love you.
Okay. An IOC statement to Daily Mail Sport read, an update was given by the IOC's Director of Health, Medicine, and Science to the IOC members last week during the IOC Commission meetings. The working group is continuing its discussions on this topic, and no decisions have been taken yet. Among the points stressed is that presentation was the distinction between transgender and DSD in athletes who have male chromosomes but were raised as female. On the latter, which led to immense controversy at the boxing at Paris 2024, the future landscape is less clear. It is understood that a rule change around DSD athletes is considered likely in the long run, but faces internal opposition, according to Daily Mail sports sources. That separate branch of the debate led to fury in Paris last year when Algerians Iman Khalif and Lin Yuting of Taiwan won boxing gold medals after being disqualified from the World Championships in 2023 for reportedly failing gender eligibility tests. The IOC Executive Committee, which included Coventry at the time, faced huge criticism for permitting them to fight. And I actually think a decent amount of that went into the fact that the body that disqualified them from the World Champions in 2023 was based out of Russia, which was right at the height of like the Ukraine-Russia like media frenzy.
Yeah.
And they were like, because they're Russian, they can go fuck themselves, even if they're right. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised if that went into it as well. But the thing, it's just fucking common sense. Like, there's nothing else to really say about this. Like, Iman Khalif, you just look at him. It's like, yeah, you should be in the men's division. Like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Well, see, it's like, here's the thing, right? I feel bad for people that are born with like defects, right? Like,
I
born
do
with
too.
defects, like, man, it's like, yeah, I feel for you, but here's the thing: that doesn't mean that that I'm going to now let you compete and beat up a bunch of girls.
Yeah, it doesn't mean we're gonna. It's like
Right.
I can
That doesn't make
sympathize
it-
with you, but it doesn't mean I'm gonna
make
compromise
it
the
fair.
integrity of the sport.
Exactly, it doesn't make it fair, right? Which is why, again, like I always suggest, it's like, is it really that difficult to just have a third fucking division? To have a free for all division, right? I'm sure tons of women are like, you know what? I want to get beat up by a man. Let's go.
Or I want
Right,
to see
you'll
if I
get
can beat a
people
man.
of all
I
sorts
want to
of
see if I can
genders.
beat a man.
Or yeah. There's competitive ass women out there though that would itch for
If-
the fucking chance.
If they had a men's,
Right.
a women's, and a free for all, you know how popular that free for all division would be.
Very.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you want to know why? Look at the early UFC, years, where like the championship was like a wrestler versus a fucking full on karate guy that were like 40 pounds difference between them. There were no weight classes. There were like
People
there
find this shit interesting as hell.
yeah, they find a free for all division would be super interesting, actually. I don't know how it would work in terms of like the Olympics. I guess it
This
could.
is a solution for bathrooms. This is a solution for everything. Just make a gender neutral third alternative that's just a free for all that doesn't matter. Anyone can apply. Anyone can join, regardless of weight class, regardless of this and that. And it's just to find out who's the best.
Yeah.
Who actually is the best at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Remember like the Dog Brothers that I showed you a few episodes ago?
Yeah. 'Cause
That's
nothing, right? It's
that's
like,
also
it's like
a free for all.
The point of weight classes is to basically show who's the best within a weight class. It doesn't necessarily show who's the best. Just because someone weighs more doesn't mean that they're going to guaranteed win. Someone who's lighter might be a better fighter.
No,
might
that
have better
match,
stamina.
that match that
might
I
have
talked
better
to you,
agility.
it was like a karate guy versus like a big wrestler, and they were like 40, 50
Yeah.
pounds difference. The smaller karate guy won that by out enduring, basically enduring longer than the big wrestler guy. So
That's why in MMA, people don't tend to be excited about the heavyweight stuff when it comes to MMA. People are excited for heavyweight when it comes to boxing. But when it comes to MMA, people really like the featherweight.
because they're such
Because there's more
strikers.
action.
Yeah, they're all strikers.
more
Well, not only that, but not only are they all strikers, this is just more interesting than watching jujitsu. Head games, because like jujitsu is mostly a head game. But not only is it like the lighter class is strike heavy, but they don't hit hard enough to get knockouts. So they don't just strike more than they wrestle, but they also last longer. And the matches go on more and more longer because they can't knock each other out. So, but I mean, they have weight classes in the interest of fairness, and it's because it's a recognition that size matters when it comes to fights. In fact, it matters a lot, which is why they're so strict about weight classes. They're trying to make as fair a match as they possibly can, but it's like you said, it doesn't determine a universal best of the best. It's just a determination of who's the best within that weight class. And you have seen it. There have been, multiple fighters who have won and had simultaneous belts across multiple weight classes at the same time. Like that has happened. So anyway, if a war doctor can make the Paralympics, then the trust funds can make a train Olympic. So yeah, I have a feeling, and I think that because that's what this article says, is like that the winds are going towards blanket ban, which is true, and I think they're going to do it because they don't want another Paris. I think that's what they've realized.
Yeah.
So, okay, I got 2 more stories for you that we can get into clips of the week. Look at that, like a timely show, chat.
Wow.
Yeah. We've only been on for 3.5 hours, and I only got 2 more left for you. So first is the end of the penny.
I heard about this on the radio.
Yeah, so the U.S. Mint has finished. They are no longer printing pennies. After 230 years of production, penny production has stopped permanently. The U.S. ended production of the penny on Wednesday, abandoning the 1-cent coins that were embedded in American culture for more than 230 years but became nearly worthless. When it was introduced in 1793, a penny could buy a biscuit, a candle, or a piece of candy. Now most of them are cast aside to sit in jars or junk drawers, and each one costs nearly 4 cents to make.
Yeah.
That's the whole problem, is that inflation has
it
rendered them worthless.
Yeah, it costs more to make them than what they're worth.
Exactly. God bless America, and we're going to save the taxpayer $56 million, Treasurer Brandon Beach said to the U.S. Mint in Philadelphia before hitting a button to strike the final penny. Coins were then carefully placed on a tray for journalists to see. The last few pennies were to be auctioned off.
That reminds me.
What a cool thing to own, actually.
Hold on. That reminds me. You need to explain to pay, because the guy on the radio was basically talking about how exactly this happened, right? This was yesterday when I was picking up pay from work. And the guy said, keep your pennies, right? Because in the future, you're gonna be showing these pennies off to your kids, and they're gonna look at you like you're explaining fucking dial-up internet to them, right? Well, that's what he said. And then Pei looked at me. Pei turned to me, and she was like, "What's dial-up internet?"
I know. She talked to me about this on the Schedule 1 stream. I had to tell her what dial-up internet was.
Okay. Yeah, because it was. I think it was right before that. I think. So she did ask you. She did ask you. Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
Sweet. It was actually got groceries. That's what it was. It actually got groceries. But yeah, I looked at her and I was like, I'll be honest with you, I am not the person. I have a very like bare bones understanding of what dial-up internet is, and cause that's before my time.
I mean, it's just
ask Hamilton about that one.
It's this internet that uses the communication protocols of landline telephones. And that's all it is. So, it's the days before TCP/IP. It's the days before HTTP. Hypertext Transfer Protocols. It's the days before that they use the communication protocols of the way that the phone lines communicated with each other. Because they were like,
you had to connect to essentially an operating service, and the operating service is what would manually connect you to whoever you're trying to reach.
I mean, that's how it used to be done with the phones way back in the day. It's not manual.
Yeah.
The internet, dial-up internet, wasn't manually done. It would just connect you like a phone line would automatically connect you.
Yeah.
So, but because the idea was we already have this vast communication network, in the phone communication system. So why not just piggyback off of that? That was the thinking. And so they're like, we're sending, data through wires, so why not, we're sending audio data. Why can't we send visual data? And let's just have let's have a distributed network where we're storing information and, hosting servers, et cetera, and then people just connect to that through the phone line instead of to another house. And so they program the internet, AOL, when you hear that super annoying. That was it. Basically, just syncing up the communication protocols, and that's all it was. But then once we went to hypertext transfer, and we did standard IP protocols and stuff like that, then the phone system was no longer necessary. Because basically what we did is we switched to Ethernet. That's what we did. We switched to Ethernet, and that made the phone lines no longer necessary. Anyway, billions of pennies are still in circulation and will remain legal tender, but new ones will no longer be made. Man, honestly, how it said the last ones would be auctioned off, that'd be a fucking cool thing to own. The last penny ever created. That'd be a
money someone's gonna pay for that penny.
Oh man, dude, there are so many fucking what are they called? Numismatists? I think that's a coin collector, a numismatist. Who would pay top dollar.
Dude, coin collectors, when they see that last penny, like, oh my god, we need it.
Oh my god, dude, that thing's got to be worth so much fucking money.
Yeah, ridiculous.
The last U.S. coin to be discontinued was the half cent in 1857, Beach said. We had a half cent?
Yep.
I didn't even know that. Most penny production ended over the summer, officials said. During the final pressing, workers at the mint stood quietly on the factory floor as if bidding farewell to an old friend. What?
Wait. What was the last coin that was discontinued?
The half cent. See? The half cent. In 1857.
Do they still mint 50-cent coins?
No, you're thinking of
dollar?
You're thinking of half dollar.
Yeah. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why I thought I heard you say at first.
Oh yeah, no, we still make half dollar. Yeah, this is half
we still
cent.
make $half coins?
Pretty sure we do. You can look it up, but I'm pretty sure we still make half dollar coins.
I didn't know that we still made $half and dollar coins.
So I don't know about dollar coins. I'm pretty sure we still make half dollar though. Most being from what's an old friend. When the last coins emerged, the men and women broke into applause and cheered one another. These are the last ones, the last pennies ever struck that will ever be struck right there. That's wild. These are the blanks, though. This is before they got pressed. An emotional day, said Clayton Crotty, who has worked at the mint for 15 years, but it's not unexpected. President Donald Trump ordered the penny's demise as costs climbed and the 1 cent valuation became virtually obsolete. For far too long, the United States has minted pennies, which literally cost us more than 2 cents, Trump wrote in an online post in February. This is so wasteful. So many Americans have a nostalgia for them, seeing pennies as luck or fun to collect, and some retailers voiced concerns in recent weeks as supplies ran low and the end of production drew near. They said that the phase-out was abrupt and came with no government guidance on how to handle transactions. Yeah, I'm wondering about that. Like, if somebody gives you a $20 bill and it costs anything other than a multiple of 5 in terms of cents, then what are you gonna do? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how's that gonna work? There's the press. Press there.
I guess you just round?
I guess. They don't even print 5 cent coins in New Zealand? Oh, wow. Some businesses rounded prices down to avoid shortchanging shoppers. Others pleaded with customers to bring exact change. The more creative among them gave out prizes, such as a free drink in exchange for a pile of pennies. We have been advocating abolition of the penny for 30 years, but this is not the way we wanted it to go, Jeff Leonard of the National Association of Convenience Stores said last month. Proponents, well, how is it supposed to go?
How the fuck did you want it to go?
Yeah, like, it's gonna, if it ends and it ends, like, what else is gonna happen? Like, what are you talking about? Proponents have eliminated the coin-cited cost savings. Half of, what was it, like 50? What was it? How much did he say it was going to save? $56 million. That's fucking nothing. That is nothing. Let's see. Speedier checkouts at cash registers and the fact that some countries have already eliminated their 1 cent coins. Canada, for instance, stopped minting its penny in 2012. Some banks began rationing supplies as somewhat paradoxical result of the effort to address what many see as a glut of the coins. Over the last century, about half the coins made at mints in Philadelphia and Denver have been pennies. Let's see here. But they cost far less to produce than the nickel, which cost nearly 14 cents to make. The diminutive dime, by comparison, cost less than 6 cents to produce. The quarter, nearly 15 cents. No matter the face value, collectors and historians consider them an important historical record. Frank Holt, an emeritus professor at the University of Houston who has studied the history of coins, laments the loss. We put mottos on them and self-identifiers, and we decide, in the case of the United States, which dead persons are most important to us and should be commemorated, he said. They reflect our politics, our religion, our art, our sense of ourselves, our ideals, our aspirations. I think most people don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Because the vast majority of people, although I do think it shouldn't be legal to to be cashless businesses.
Yeah.
All cash and coin is legal tender, and every business should be required to accept legal tender. I don't think it should be legal for cashless businesses to exist. You should be forced to accept cash and coin as legal tender. But besides that, the vast majority of people still pay with cards. They're still paid with digital currency. So I mean, hell, if you go to a fucking place like El Salvador, they literally pay in Bitcoin. Like, Bitcoin, I think it's their main form of transaction in El Salvador. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I think they went like you can buy literally everything in El Salvador with Bitcoin. I think, because Bukele is fucking goated. I think it's rounded at the register. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think it's rounded at the register. Let's see here. Okay. Final story. This is just a wacky, lighthearted story for y'all to end the night.
I'm already sending you my my
okay, right on.
stuff in advance.
Which is the Las Vegas hospitality workers compete in the 35th annual Housekeeping Olympics. So I'm just going to read this first, and then I'm going to go to Twitter for video. So the 35th anniversary of the Housekeeping Olympics was held in Las Vegas Monday night. According to a release by MGM Resorts, hospitality workers from across the valley gathered to showcase their skills in a series of spirited challenges. The event took place at the Michelob Ultra Arena, where 9 teams competed, pushing their abilities to the next level. Teams competed in a vacuum race, where housekeepers rode vacuums to clear the track in record time. They also demonstrated their efficiency and teamwork in a mop relay, bed-making competition, and tucking sheets relay.
Bed-making competition, yeah.
Officials say that the Housekeeping Olympics is a vibrant celebration. I just realized I should have had this right after the normal Olympic story. I kind of botched the segue on that one. Officials say Housekeeping Olympics is a vibrant celebration honoring the dedicated individuals who meticulously care for guests every single day. They are the lifeline. They bring the guest experience to life every single day. So it's a great opportunity to take a step back and recognize the employees for all the work that they do, said Andy Meese, general manager of Park MGM. While no single team swept the competition, Resorts World, Aria, and Vidara, that sounds like a fucking VTuber agency, placed on the podium in nearly all events, according to a release. Ultimately, Aria and Vidara emerged as the overall winners of the 35th annual Housekeeping Olympics. So this is what it looks like. So this is, I think, the vacuum race. No, this is the bed making competition. So let me unmute this. There we go. So this is the bed making. The vacuum speed. What skill is this?
Yeah, what the fuck is this?
I don't know. It's like a mop slalom. You got cheerleaders. And then the vacuum race. There you go. There's the Housekeeping Olympics. I think I have another video, but I don't know if it's any different. Yeah, I think it's just like the same. Yeah, it's the same video. So yeah, there you go. That was a. That's the end. That's all I had for you. It's time for clips of the week. Oh my god, how much are you sending me? Oh, you're sending me so much, which is good though because I don't have.
I already said.
I don't have a ton for you all tonight. So let me close a bunch of these tabs so I don't crash anything. Okay, and then all right. See here. Oh, do you have any recent shorts on your channel?
No.
Okay. You know that you're getting.
I've had no one send me nothing to edit until recently, so I do have some stuff I need to edit.
I was gonna say you have been getting stuff recently. I've seen it.
Yes, getting some more stuff recently, so I'll actually be able to edit something.
Okay.
Hey kids.
Hang on. I'm just gonna load them all just ahead of time.
You're a feminist? Okay, name all.
It's chibi. No. Okay. My gosh, you gave me... Okay, one more from you. Okay. And then I gotta check mine. I don't think I have... I think I only have like a couple. Okay, that looks fucking cool. Then let me check. Where? Let me go here. Mine all come from Twitter as well. Let me see what I got in bookmarks. Okay. I got this one. That. And then what else do I have? Oh my god, is that the only one that I have? No way. Let me check my bookmarks. I know I have more than that. This one? Okay, that is one.
I have one last thing to send you.
Then...
There you go. That's the last one I had.
Okay. We got plenty. I do have one more, but I don't even... Where in the hell? I know I have one. Hank, I gotta find this one. Oh. I gotta get the one that Villain sent as well. And then I got... I'll just show a couple of my... Do that. So let me go to my channel real quick. This. No, that's not what I want. I want my short. What the hell is playing? Jesus. My short.
What is that?
I don't know. Just random shit was playing. It wasn't good. I want to go to my channel. I want to go to shorts. Thank you. Okay. All right. I have this one from Soma. Get that one queued up. And then I'll get this one queued up. Because my editor always has like a short... I swear to God, the shorts that my editor comes up with, that's just like you and me behind the bar, are like my best performing shorts on the channel. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. I got yours, Villain. I got yours, Villain. Okay. Oh my God.
I love Darkles too.
Sometimes the fucking... Dude, it's like this in Yakuza games as well. Like, when an enemy is on the ground, it's really difficult to connect hits with them. Like all your shit just swings over them. It's so annoying.
Every dad loves a good pun, right? In fact, most dad jokes are actually puns. I had so many of them, I decided to enter a pun contest. I told 10 of my best puns. I figured one of them had to win, but nope, not a single one. No pun in 10 did.
Oof.
Oh my god.
Hope you have a great weekend, and God bless you.
My god. Hey. Too much effort. No pun intended. My god. Okay, Chibi.
Well, it's not just the no pun intended. Go back. Did you miss the first? There was 2 puns in there.
Every dad loves a good pun, right? In fact, most dad jokes are actually puns. I had so many of them, I decided to enter a pun contest. I told 10 of my best puns. I figured one of them had to win, but nope, not a single one. No pun in 10 did.
Oof.
Not a single one.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna move on.
You're a feminist? Okay, name all woman.
I love the model so much.
Same, I love Chibi so much.
I do too.
Obama. You're a feminist.
Oh my god, she is so fucking funny.
Stupid. It's so great.
I love Chibi Doki.
She's so great.
Doki's retarded.
Yeah, I love her.
And that's why I love Chibi Doki.
That's why everybody loves Chibi Doki.
Not secretly a man?
Huh?
Is Chibi Doki not secretly a man?
No.
For real?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I think Chibi Doki's a man.
That's crazy.
That'd be wild if she was. Okay, if you're having a bad day, just turn on Indian Christmas music.
Just hear those sleigh bells ting-a-ling-a-ring-a-ting-a-ting-a-ling-a-too. Ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ting-a-ling. It's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with a Just hear those sleigh bells ting-a-ling-a-ring-a-ting-a-ting-a-ling-a-too. Ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ting-a-ling. It's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with a
Oh my god.
I like how you got to say with a sleigh right together with a Jew.
Yeah, he cuts it off right at the end, yeah. Oh man.
Ding 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 ding
ding. One thing I love about it, that the only thing I like about the Indian ethnicity is their fucking accents are hilarious.
This shit's so fucking cool.
Oh my god. Slide rack. Like a full magazine system.
That was the final product, right?
That is wild. That is
so fucking
freaking cool. I want to make one of these. There's got to be plans for something like this, right? There's got to be Lego plans for this or something like it. That is so fucking cool. Okay, this is one of mine, which is this is the Avengers performing at a birthday party, and Thanos gets what he deserves. That kid just runs up and
is that Batman?
Yeah, it is. It's that's other kid. Get him! Get him! The kids are all kicking the shit out of Thanos.
I mean, you gotta respect America, right? Those kids would not let the fucking Muslims take over England.
Right?
All right.
Right?
Those kids are ready for war. Okay?
Oh my god, yeah. That's the thing. It's like the boomers have managed to raise multiple generations of a bunch of disillusioned men with nothing left to lose and the willingness to fight. Like, like, I guess I love the first one. The first one is so good. He just runs up.
That's a big kick.
He runs up and stops, and then he winds up and just blam.
Blam! Right in the forehead.
Oh, I love it.
Kick that boy like a soccer ball.
Okay, what do I have next? Next one, I have something that might get me copyright struck. I'm not sure, but it was a funny song that I found.
Energy 10,000 grams of pure caffeine, cause you can overthink if your heart stops. Brain implosion, energy craves zero thoughts, one head empty, then drink and drink and drink until you drop.
I've heard this before.
Brain implosion juice, it makes my head go. But will it stop the pain forever? I just can't be sure. Brain implosion, energy 10,000 grams of pure caffeine, cause you can overthink if your heart stops.
Thank you.
I don't know where I even found that. Okay, this is more yours. Even AI is jealous. Oh! What? This is so hard to follow.
So he rides a skateboard off the fucking
Right.
roof into the pool. Right?
Uh-huh.
Right? Go on.
Right.
Play it.
He
Lands in the water, breaks his ankle.
right.
Right? But it's okay. He has a smaller skateboard
He has a smaller
that he can ride
skateboard.
to get back onto his main
Right.
skateboard.
Okay.
Okay? So he rides a smaller skateboard, lands, breaks his ankle again on the big skateboard, and his shoe falls off. It's okay. Grab his shoe, get the smaller skateboard.
But I guess I
Always
just now
riding.
put it together is that the cut has his hand in the shoe and not his feet. That's what was like, yeah. That cut is his hand in the shoe. Okay. That's what was confusing the shit out of me. Okay. Okay, this is villains. This is villains clip. So this guy decided that he was gonna light off a flashbang grenade in his house during a live stream.
Oh no. Oh
Yeah.
no.
This is an insane thing to do.
Oh no. Did he take cover?
No. Wait, what?
I mean, yeah, that ruined. Yeah. That actually wasn't too bad.
It wasn't actually.
It's not what I expected.
Is that it? That was the whole thing? That was weaker than I thought it would be. It's still a really
Yeah.
stupid thing to do.
Broke the floor, but yeah, that sucked.
Okay, then I'm just gonna be narcissistic and just play a couple of my recent shorts. So the first, this is from Soma, which is very much a dad joke moment for me. Oh, it's muted.
Do that joke.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Animals that could survive for thousands of years. That's amazing. Just thinking about the Earth being what it is.
I'm yawning.
Us setting out to save the final remains of humanity. It's
Heroic.
Boring.
Here we go. The Dunbat.
Oh, yeah.
I knew it was too good to be true.
what's wrong?
It's
Been there.
it's quarantine.
Done bat.
Hold on.
Get late chat. My mind's kind of
It's we don't write these things
exhausted.
down type of crap.
I completely forgot that I made that
Okay,
joke.
that's always like a paramedic. He makes like paramedic shorts.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
like, he makes around things that he's like seen as paramedic.
Yeah, this guy. Oh man. And then this is what I haven't watched yet, actually.
Oh boy.
I have no idea what this is. Sure, it'll be a banger.
The government wants to know what kind of weapons we have in the house. I'm letting them know it's private information. This just says around and find out in calligraphy. What are you...
What are you writing?
Yeah, what are you writing?
The government wants to know what kind of weapons we have in the house. I'm letting them know it's private information. This just says around and find out in calligraphy.
I say it every time, but I'm just gonna keep saying it. I have no idea where he gets these little bits from. But they're fucking hilarious.
They're great.
They're so good. They're like the best shorts on my channel. Oh my god.
That's pretty fucking good. That's so good.
Well, with that, that's all the shorts I had. So the show is over. I hope you all had fun. I guess we just got to go over what we got going on next week.
I'm gonna drink more Sprite cranberry because it's the thirstiest time of the year.
There you go.
And tomorrow I have a long day ahead of me. Tomorrow I'm going to be scheduling another week worth of Myth and Mercury reruns of the current D&D campaign, so that hopefully we don't have a break again like we did before. We just have consistent, we can get through all the uploads, and hopefully we can start streaming to that channel very soon.
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe even, I don't know yet. I'm not sure how the time is gonna add up, but it might be possible for us to get 2 weeks worth. In like to just have consistent upload after upload, and possibly maybe be caught up.
Okay.
Before the 2 weeks are up. I'm like hopeful, but at the same time, it's like I actually no, there's no way because we still have to add also the J stuff. So. Yeah, no, and it's gonna be a minute. So
there's
not
a lot of content.
Tomorrow's. Yeah. There's so Monday session is gonna be on the Mercury Manor channel, right? The next session after that is gonna be the Mercury Manor channel, but I think the third one after that is gonna be the first session on the new channel. So that's exciting. Nice. But I have like other things I'm working on. Like I'm gonna be working on a system for chat to basically take the role of gods of different domains for our future D&D campaigns, and be able to essentially pay to cause different effects that isn't just health manipulation, but also countering effects so they can counter each other, which I think will be cool. And yeah, stuff like that. And we're probably going to work on that on stream next week, Friday.
Okay.
I'm not 100% certain, but yeah. Besides that, you got D&D on Monday. Very exciting session because Shunsui is now fixed. They're gonna go to a city. They're gonna go to town. Finally, civilization. And we'll see what they end up getting up to.
Hell yeah!
But yeah, expect lots of RP next session as they got some stuff to work out. Considering they just had a big party fight.
Oh yeah, Pei told me. It's gonna be a doozy.
Yeah, because last session, at the very end of last session, the party joined together to kill one of the players.
Right.
They had some in-group fighting. I mean, to be fair, it was going to happen, but it happened way sooner than expected, and it's led to a bit of a turmoil, let's just say.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how that resolves. But yeah. Chat, have you ever wanted to play in a D&D campaign of one of my D&D campaigns? You may have an opportunity in the near future. Nogo finally got back to me about what his schedule is going to look like. And so, starting sometime next year, sometime in January, we're going to be starting a new campaign on the new channel where there's only one player. That one player is no-go. But all of the NPCs are going to, not all the NPCs, but like all the NPCs that can join for the strat fight are going to be played by you guys. So if you're interested in pulling out your acting chops and trying to play a character, play an NPC that may or may not be involved in combat and possibly help fight strat, it's a Chris strat campaign. Then consider signing up. There's plenty of slots still. But yeah, it's gonna. We don't know yet exactly when we're gonna start. We know it's gonna be a bi-weekly Thursday thing, running from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. CST, bi-weekly. So
there you go.
Yeah, plenty of open slots still. I'm still working out on who originally signed up for it and is still available to do so. So we'll have to see like what the actual slots are, what characters are still available. See if anyone wants to re-roll their characters, since some of the characters are now available they weren't before when they rolled. So we'll have to see how that all shapes out. But that is something to look forward to. And if something you're interested in, let me know.
There you go.
But yeah, lots of stuff to work on. I'm gonna try my best to like stay consistent with like uploads, with streams I should say, on the main channel while I'm trying to get stuff together for that. We've got another project that we're working on behind the scenes. I've got so much I'm working on right now. So
yeah,
I'm spread a little thin, but I'm doing my best.
I think things are moving on the art front, aren't they? Or
kind of. Kind of. So the artist who originally the artist who drew Jade, the Jade model, has offered to rig it.
Okay.
She wants to get into rigging. And we were like, yeah, dude, I don't mind. Because like the Jade model is entirely like a personal project. It's something that I'm just doing for me.
Right.
It's not something I'm doing for Jet. So it's entirely out of my pocket. And so I was like, yeah, if you want to just take a crack at rigging it, by all means. So same artist might be rigging it. She's awesome. I love her to death. She's actually the one that is currently now working on art for our D&D players, which we're going to use for a new layout as soon as I get it sorted. Something else I'm working on. I'm working on a new layout for the D&D stuff. May have to commission something, just because, like, the idea I have is a bit more. It's a bit beyond pay grade. But yeah. And unfortunately, the Rosa artist, the Rosa 2.0 artist, we're in the process of trying to essentially, not the process of trying to, but the process of getting prepared to essentially retake that money back through PayPal. Do a what do you call it? A chargeback?
Yeah, chargeback.
Yeah, because they seem to not want to work through VGen, which is suspicious. They won't send us any of like the progress art. They'll only send us the like finalized art. And they haven't talked to us. They haven't responded to us in over 2 weeks now.
Uh-oh.
I've been letting Pay handle it, and like I'm at the point where I just don't have the patience anymore. So I just sent her a message myself saying like, hey, I've been dealing with this shit. I'm not gonna deal with this shit. If you screwing us over is what's happening, then sorry. But that's what it looks like to me right now. And so I'm going to make decisions that are in my personal interest. I don't fucking care anymore. I'm not dealing with this like unprofessional nonsense. I'm not asking you to be done with it early. I'm just asking you to fucking talk to me, and you refuse to do so. So if I don't hear from you in so and so time, I'm going to issue a chargeback. And so that's what's looking like it's going to happen. Because I honestly, like, me and Pay at this point suspect that this artist is actually like not even actually doing the art, and they're like, it's like AI done or like AI assisted somehow.
Yeah. That's what
just
it sounds like to me.
It's
they're only if they're only giving you finals, then yeah.
I thought it was So not only is it that, but I also found it suspicious that they like couldn't, because like I was requesting for them to keep the stature like and like the proportions the same, and they're like, no, I can't do it exactly the same. I had to make some small changes because blah blah blah. And like the original design that like Janos had come up with for the dress was apparently too complicated, so he'd like redesigned the dress, and I was like, okay. I mean, I like the new design. I think it's pretty, but it's not the same dress. And like, I thought it was weird. I was like, why wouldn't you be able to do that?
Yeah, that's
no. But okay.
Because the AI hasn't replicated the exact pattern of the original dress yet.
Yeah, that's my guess. So like the more we think about it, the more it's like, ugh, what artists do that? I've seen too many. Do that shit. Yeah, I don't know, but I'm not pulling up with it anymore. I'm just not. I don't fucking care. I don't feel bad. Like Payla's thing, like, oh, I feel bad. She's like going through something, and then we give her a charter back. It's like, I don't care. If she was going through something, she should have fucking told us. She told us before that she had some arm injury, and we gave her grace over it. It's not a big deal, right? Shit happens. But if you're not telling me that shit's happening, I'm sorry, but I do not owe you infinite patience and like goodwill. Go fuck yourself. I don't care. I hope she committed suicide. I don't give a fuck anymore. I just don't.
No, I don't blame you after the
I'm
dog shit
into...
curse experience you have with artists. Yeah.
I'm looking into possibly getting the same artist that did the Jade model to do the Rosa model. The art for the Rosa model. Just because I know that she's reliable. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, like, while her style isn't really what I wanted for Rosa, I know that she's capable of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I'm sure she can try to do something similar. And honestly, she's just great. She's just a pleasure to work with. She updates constantly. If there's any, you know, setbacks, she'll let you know. Like, but she's like, she gets work done quick, you know, efficiently, sends regular, constant updates. Like, absolute treat to work with, chat. If you ever need an artist, you know, go commission Aji. She's great, except don't commission her because she's mine. I'm using she's mine. I'm commissioning her. Stay away.
Yeah, I mean, my model artist is
absolutely phenomenal.
The same artist and rigger, and like she would stream her work on various models, including mine, like because she was always juggling like 2, 3, 4 models at the same time. You know what I mean? Depending on what it was. And so she would just stream, and whatever she was on, that's what she would stream. And so like you could actually watch her progress in real time because she would stream her work, you know, which is really freaking cool. But
yeah, I always have artists ask me if they could stream it, and I never watched them stream it. I've only ever I watched Dice Ready do one of my commissions like ages ago. Way back in the day.
But
on stream. Back when she would stream. Back before I streamed. Matter of fact. But yeah, that's where that stuff's going with the art. It's I do have some additional positive news as far as art goes. The rigger for the Rosa feet is very close to done.
Oh.
So
careful, chat.
Rosa feet.
Stop looking at the screen.
Rosa feet are coming. I mean, could have worded that better.
I was gonna say you kind of set yourself up for whatever happens next. On the other side of things, I am continuing Soma on Tuesday because I'm going to finish that game, and then I'll be back to my usual. We're gonna fingers crossed finish Yakuza 6 on Wednesday as well. I don't know if we're gonna finish. I doubt we're gonna finish Soma on Tuesday. I think we'll be able to make progress because I did look it up, chat. I fucking went and found a guide, and because the last Soma stream, I was literally just running around the same 3 rooms for like an hour and a half at the end of the stream because I had no fucking clue what I had to do. Turns out that there's like a little case on the right next to the monitor on the desk that I just need to open and grab the thing out of. That's all it was, chat. I just didn't click on one little thing on the desk, and that's it. So I actually will be making progress, fingers crossed, on the next Soma stream. Hopefully finish Yakuza 6 up, and then maybe doing the fanfic reading with Pei on Thursday. Need to talk to her about that. And then Friday we're back to Red Dead Redemption. There you go. That's what we got, chat. All right. We'll see y'all later.
Yeah, chat. I'll see you guys later. Hope you guys have a good one. Do not forget to go fuck yourself and healthy. Love yous. Bye!
Watch is yours as always. Take care.